Chapter 189. Xia Dong looked at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but more than that, she was touched. She didn't expect him to explain their relationship in front of all the media. He paused for a moment before continuing. Xia Dong is the legal wife of Bailey Han. Friends from the media, please stop making groundless accusations and publishing unrealistic reports in the future. His last sentence was a little harsh. Someone felt offended and questioned loudly, Mr. Bailey, since you said that Miss Xia and you are lovers, why is she engaged to Mr. Baitang? Bailey Han replied expressionlessly, my wife and Mika Keto are only foster siblings. Their engagement is a fake one. The purpose is to make me jealous. Not expecting the great CEO to answer so bluntly, the reporter who asked the question was stunned. He quickly asked, previously, there was news that Miss Xia's 2 children are also Mr. Baitang's. May I ask if this news is true? Bailey Han's expression was serious. Of course not. Xiao Bao, Xiao Guai, and Xiao Yi are all my wife's children. The Bailey family also acknowledges their identities. Another person asked, Mr. Bailey, I'm very curious. Why did Miss Xia only appear 5 years later? Everyone was very curious. Since Xia Dong had given birth to Bailey Han's children, why did she wait 5 years before coming back to look for Bailey Han? Bailey Han's face darkened. This question was related to Xia Dong and the children's privacy, so he didn't want to answer. Just as he was about to open his mouth and refuse to answer, Xia Dong unexpectedly took the microphone. She looked at Bailey Han and gave him a reassuring smile. Then she faced the media and said, let me answer this question. 5 years ago, there was a big misunderstanding between my husband and I. I left home and gave birth to the children. I didn't plan to come back, but I didn't expect our daughter to be seriously ill. I had no choice but to come back and ask him for help. Her eyes gradually filled with tears as she continued, I love my 3 children. I don't want them to be exposed to the public or even laughed at, so I chose to explain everything clearly. I hope that everyone can give the children a peaceful life on account of me as their mother. Thank you everyone. After saying this, her tears almost fell. Bailey Han ignored the burning gazes of the audience and put his arm around her shoulders. The tenderness on his face and the heartache in his eyes moved the reporters below the stage. Everyone took photos of the loving couple, and the audience was silent. Someone in the corner clapped his hands and immediately got a response. The applause sounded like thunder. Lu Zihao thanked them politely on behalf of the 2 main characters. Suddenly, a sharp man's voice came from below the stage. Mr. Bailey, I would like to ask you something. We all know that you and Miss Su Yunqian were already lovers 5 years ago. Why did you say that you and Miss Xia were lovers? Could it be that Miss Xia was a third party who came between you and Miss Su? Bailey Han looked up at the man who spoke. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and the name tag on his chest read, Evening News Reporter, Liang Jiping. Bailey Han stared at him with a deep gaze and a cold aura. 5 years ago, Miss Su went to England to develop her career and we broke up peacefully. My wife has never been a third party. Please show some respect when you speak. Liang Jiping sneered and said in a mocking tone, how come I heard that Miss Xia stole your seed from a bar and then eloped with Mr. Baitang to Japan? This person was definitely here to stir up trouble. Bailey Han glanced at Ahu, who was hiding among the reporters. Ahu received the signal from his eyes and nodded. He quietly got up and walked behind Liang Jiping. Bailey Han's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, I didn't expect you to know more about what happened that year than us. Should I praise you for being omniscient, or should I lament that you seem to know too much? No media had ever reported the incident of the bar stealing seed, nor had there been any rumors about it. How did the reporter who asked the question know about it? No one in the audience was stupid. From Bailey Han's slightly mocking tone, they could guess that this person was up to no good. Liang Zhiping was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt something pressed against his waist. A burly man in a black suit beside him put his arm around his shoulder and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey. My friend drank too much and spouted nonsense. I'll take him away now." Bailey Han's lips curled up. "Go ahead." Liang Zhiping opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, an electric current traveled from his waist. He immediately went limp on Ahu's shoulder. Ahu smiled apologetically. "I didn't expect him to be so drunk. Sorry for the disturbance, everyone." Ahu supported Liang Zhiping and swaggered out of the press conference. The reporters in the audience didn't notice that Ahu had electrocuted Liang Zhiping. They thought that the two were really friends, and that the person who spouted nonsense was indeed drunk. Think about it. Which normal person would dare to frame Bailey Han for something that didn't happen at all? There were also a few people who were suspicious. Liang Zhiping had gotten drunk too suddenly, but they didn't have time to think too much about it because Lu Zihao had already spoken. "Dear friends, today's press conference has come to an end. Our CEO will cover all of your expenses. Next, Miss Etiquette will distribute some small gifts to everyone." The beautiful Miss Etiquette carried beautifully packaged bags and distributed one to everyone according to their seats. Some people quietly flipped through the bags and found a thick red packet and a bottle of expensive red wine. He was indeed the young master of Bailey's family. He was so generous. Everyone understood what to write in the following reports. Some reporters even went up to Bailey Han and Xia Dong to congratulate them on their blessings. Bailey Han thanked them politely in a gentlemanly manner. Bailey Han put his arm around Xia Dong's waist and got into the car amidst the blessings. This hotel was owned by Bailey's family. After Ahu got Liang Zhiping out of the press conference, he took him out of the hotel through the staff passageway and threw him into the trunk of the car. Half an hour later, Ahu stopped the car in front of a villa. He said hello and someone immediately came out of the villa and carried Liang Zhiping, who was still unconscious, to the basement. Ahu ordered his men, "Wake him up." His men used the simplest and most brutal method. They splashed a bucket of cold water on Liang Zhiping. Liang Zhiping woke up with a shiver and looked blankly at the two men standing in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you arresting me?" Ahu tore the reporter's ID off his chest and said coldly, "I've checked. There's no reporter named Liang Zhiping in the evening newspaper. What's your real name? Who sent you here to cause trouble?" Liang Zhiping knew that his impersonation had been exposed. However, he had been paid to do this, so naturally, he wouldn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Gongzi, pry open his mouth. Ahu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He called one of his men over and put him in charge of prying information out of Liang Zhiping's mouth. He could use any method, but there was only one rule: don't kill him. After giving his orders, Ahu went to the living room to drink tea leisurely. From the outside, this villa looked no different from an ordinary mansion. No one would think that this was the gathering place of City A's most mysterious gang, the Dragon Gang. This villa was built against the mountains and rivers. There were no other residential areas nearby, so it was very convenient. Even if they killed someone and dumped the corpse in the wilderness, no one would be able to find out. A quarter of an hour later, the little brother named Gang Zi ran over. "Brother who? That kid said that the person who contacted him was a woman. The other party gave him 50,000 yuan to stir up trouble in the midst of the chaos." Ahu was about 1.8 meters tall. He was burly and had a square face. His thick eyebrows were furrowed. "He's not from the Flame Gang. He's not. This kid isn't in cahoots with the two fake reporters we caught outside Madam's house. No, I showed him the photos of the two people. He said he didn't know them." Ahu's frown deepened. It seemed that there were two groups of people who wanted to deal with Elder Master and Madam. If the two fake reporters were sent by the godfather, then who sent Liang Jiping? He had to report this to Elder Master as soon as possible. When Bailey Han received Ahu's call, he was at Xia Dong's house. Xia Dong went back to her room to change her clothes. He took his phone to the balcony to make a call. Ahu reported the results of the interrogation. Bailey Han frowned and said, "Release Liang Jiping and follow the vine to get to the melon." "Understood, Elder Master." "What about the two fake reporters?" "Release them too, but leave behind some souvenirs. You can decide what you want to leave behind. Warn them that if they dare to go against me again, the next thing they leave behind will be their lives." The people from the Yen gang were always haunting him in Xiaodong. He hated them to the core. How could he not make a show of it? "Ahu, how's the investigation on the godfather's whereabouts?" "We haven't found anything yet. We've asked many people, but none of them have seen the godfather's face. We don't even know where he's staying. It'll take some time to find out more about him." Bailey Han's voice was cold. "Send 2 people to the hospital where Su Xingchen is. I suspect that the godfather has a close relationship with Su Xingchen. If that's the case, it's very likely that he's in the hospital." "Yes." After ending the call, Xia Dong had removed her makeup. Her hair was down her back, and she had changed into a long white cotton dress. She was wearing home slippers and looked fresh and beautiful. He smiled and pulled her to sit on the sofa. "Honey, I have something to tell you. Grandma wants us to move back to the old mansion." She was pouring tea for him. When she heard this, she froze. After a while, she smiled and replied, "Okay, I'm your daughter-in-law now. I should go back and do my duty as a daughter-in-law. Come and see." Hongcha 866. Chapter 190. Of course, Bailey Han could see that her smile was forced, and his heart ached. However, he hoped that she could get along well with her family. After all, both sides were people he loved deeply. He hugged her in his arms and said gently, "Wifey, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma are all my family. I hope that they can accept you. There might be some friction in the beginning, and even some unpleasant things might happen. For me and the child, persevere, okay?" His eyes were filled with apprehension and worry. He was afraid that the timid her would shrink back because of the difficulties. He was so proud, but he actually lowered himself and discussed with her in a pleading tone. She felt a little warm and touched. She hugged him and chuckled. "Hubby, I've said it before. Once I take that step, even if the whole world opposes us, I'll face it with you. Don't worry, I won't shrink back." He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled proudly. The woman he liked was indeed extraordinary. The next day, the old mansion sent servants to help them move. The furniture was not moved, and only their clothes, books, computers, and other personal items were moved away. Bailey Han carried Xiao Guai downstairs first. Xia Dong and Xiao Bao walked at the back. Looking at the house that she had lived in for nearly half a year, she suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. Although the room was not big and the decorations were not luxurious, it was filled with memories and laughter of her and the children. The future made her nervous, but love made her brave. She took a deep breath, held Xiao Bao's hand, walked out of the room, and locked the door. "Mom, if Uncle Shen comes back and finds out that we've moved, he'll be very angry and anxious." Xiao Bao sighed with a sad face. Xia Dong was also worried about this problem. She had talked to Mikakito several times on the phone, but she had never dared to tell him about her marriage with Bailey Han. Now that it had developed to the point of moving house, if she still did not tell him, she would definitely die a horrible death when he returned from Japan. Old Madam had sent 2 cars over, and there were also 3 or 4 servants to help carry the luggage. The group of people was in full swing, and it was hard for the neighbors not to notice. A few neighbors who were close to Xia Dong came forward to congratulate her. "Miss Xia, I saw your press conference yesterday. It was so touching. I wish you and Mr. Bailey a happy life together." "Thank you. You're moving away now. Come back when you're free." "All right, Sister Wang. Thank you for your care in the past." "What are you talking about?" "Take care. Let's keep in touch." By the time they were in the car, the kind-hearted neighbors were still waving goodbye, and they moved out in a hubbub. "What are you thinking about? Are you reluctant to leave?" Bailey Han found that his wife was a little unhappy after getting into the car. Xia Dong smiled embarrassedly. "It's nothing. I'm just a little troubled." He held her hand. "What are you troubled about? Tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it." She smiled bitterly. "I haven't told Brother Shen about our marriage. Now that I'm moving, I don't know how to tell him. But if I don't tell him, he'll be even angrier when he finds out about it when he returns to China." Bailey Han thought for a moment and said, "Let's tell him now." "If you don't want to tell him, I'll tell him." "It's okay. I'll do it myself." If Bailey Han told him, he would be even angrier. Bailey Han kindly suggested, "Do you want to call him now?" "It's not very convenient." "It's convenient. I'll pretend that I didn't hear anything." Actually, there was only one reason why young Master Gu had urged Xia Dong to call him now. He wanted to eavesdrop on them so that they wouldn't say anything that went beyond friendship. Xia Dong thought for a moment. The people in the car were all her family members, so it would be convenient for them to talk. When she moved to the old mansion, she would feel very insecure. If they found out that she was in contact with Mikakito, she wondered if they would gossip. "Okay then. I'll call him now." Xia Dong dialed Mikakito's number. It was a little noisy on his end. She could even hear the sound of flight announcements. After the call went through, there was no sound on the other end for a long time. She held the phone nervously and said, "Brother Shin, I have something to tell you." Mikakito's voice was very cold. He was suppressing his extreme anger. "You don't have to say it. I know everything. You're married to Bailey Han, aren't you?" She opened her mouth. After a while, she found her voice. "Yes. You. How did you know? Do you think Lu Xing and Suzaku are idiots?" Bailey Han moved to Xia Dong's house for no reason. Immediately after that, a large number of reporters swarmed her house. Lu Xing and Suzaku had reported this to him. He followed the domestic newspapers and quickly found out about her marriage to Bailey Han. He also saw their press conference yesterday. Mikakito's anger had reached its peak and was about to burst out. He suppressed his anger and shouted, "I've been waiting for your call and your explanation. But you only informed me when you moved. Xia Dong, am I so unimportant in your heart?" "No, Brother Shin. I just didn't know how to tell you." Xia Dong was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Brother Shin, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm at the airport now. I'll be in a city in a few hours. We'll talk then." Mikakito did not wait for her to reply and hung up the phone. He gritted his teeth in hatred. His handsome face was a little distorted. The accompanying staff were shocked by the burst of anger from all over his body. They followed carefully, afraid that if they were not careful, they would be unlucky and not even know how they died. The matter in Japan had not been settled, but his wife had been snatched away. He was not in the mood to stay in Japan, so he booked an early flight back to a city. Bailey Han patted Xia Dong's shoulder. "Don't be sad. Wait for him to come back. Then you can talk things out." Xia Dong wiped the corners of her eyes, afraid that he would misunderstand. Brother Shen was the one who saved me during my most difficult time. He brought me to Japan and helped me establish a foothold there. I'm very grateful to him and have always treated him as my brother. He kissed her hair. I understand. When he heard Yi Siki talk about Xiaodong's experience back then, his heart ached. He only hated himself for not saving her in the first place. Otherwise, there would not have been so many things that happened later. She turned to look at him. Will you be jealous? He answered honestly, yes, but I will try to accept it. My wife's savior is also my savior. Thank you. Xiaodong was very touched, but she did not know that Bailey Han actually did not say something. If his savior wanted to snatch his wife, then he would definitely treat him as an enemy. The car drove for more than half an hour and finally arrived at the old Bailey residence. Although she had been here many times, this time, she was the most nervous. At the entrance of the manor, 2 rows of servants stood neatly and bowed respectfully. Welcome home, eldest young master and eldest young mistress. The old butler welcomed them with a smile. Eldest young master, eldest young mistress, your rooms have been prepared. The rooms for the 2 young masters and Xiao Guai and Miss are also prepared. Please follow me upstairs. Bailey Han carried Xiao Guai, and another nanny carried Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi. The group went upstairs and did not see anyone else in the house. Xiaodong felt a little uneasy, but on the surface, she had a calm smile. Bailey Han held her hand and asked, Butler, why don't I see old madam and madam? The butler smiled and replied, eldest young master, Miss Jing returned to the country early. Old madam and madam went to the airport to pick up Miss Jing. Bailey Han pursed his lips and did not say anything. The butler led them to the 2nd floor. Bailey Han and Xiaodong's new room was the room Bailey Han used to live in. It had been redecorated, and the bed had been changed into bright red bed sheets and bedspread. It looked very jubilant. Xiao Yi still lived in the room she used to live in. Xiao Bao lived next door to Xiao Yi. The room's decoration was similar to Xiao Yi's room. It was a little mature, but Xiao Bao was very satisfied. Xiao Guai lived in the room opposite them. It was a very pink and dreamy room. From the furniture to the curtains, everything was pink. The room was filled with plush toys and dolls. Xiao Guai screamed excitedly. What a beautiful room. She liked it so much. Bailey Han whispered in Xiaodong's ear, Xiao Jing, my younger sister, lived here when she was young. When she grew up, she found the room too pink and moved to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, our daughter likes it and doesn't dislike it for being too pink. Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh. I also think it's too pink, but Xiao Guai likes this kind of kawaii style. Eldest young master, eldest young madam, little master, and miss, you're all tired. Take a rest first. I'll arrange for the servants to help you pack your luggage. Old madam and madam will be back in about 2 hours. Xiaodong smiled politely. Okay, sorry to trouble you, butler. This is what I should do. Eldest young madam is too polite. The 3 little guys didn't have much luggage, so the servants quickly finished packing. Xiaodong didn't want others to do it for her. Moreover, she had private clothes that couldn't be seen by outsiders, so she politely declined the servants' help and packed it herself. Other than her clothes, there were also Bailey Han's 2 large suitcases. Before she could do anything, he was already 1 step ahead of her. He opened the suitcases and said, Honey, you rest first. I'll unpack. She raised her eyebrows in amusement. Do you know how to do these things? She found it a little funny that the eldest young master was helping her pack. There was a teasing look in his eyes. Didn't you say that I'm a must-have when traveling? How can these things be difficult for me? She smiled. You still remember. Those were the words she had said on Snake Island. Of course, I remember every word you said. His smile was so charming that she couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. Okay, let's pack together so that we can finish earlier, okay? Okay. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Attention, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 191. After unpacking their luggage, Bailey Han accompanied Xia Dong, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Yi to the kindergarten to register. The two little guys were promoted to the kindergarten class. They were both wearing white suits with the same hairstyle and holding their chins proudly. When they walked into the classroom, they attracted the cheers of many little girls. The children sat in front of the classroom while their parents sat in the back. The homeroom teacher talked about some matters and things to take note of at the start of the school year. The teaching assistant gave the students new textbooks, and then everyone could take their books home. Classes would officially start tomorrow. When they returned to the old mansion, the butler said that Old Madam and Old Madam had already returned and were resting upstairs. Miss Jing did not come back with them. It was said that she received a phone call on the way back and hurriedly got out of the car to hail a taxi. No one knew where she went. Bailey Han explained to Xia Dong, Xiao Jing is like this. She does things in a hurry and does whatever she wants. When she comes back, I'll introduce you to her. You'll like her. Okay. Xia Dong smiled. Let's go upstairs and see Grandma and Mom. Bailey Han lowered his head and looked at her abdomen. Change into a pair of shoes first. You must be tired after walking for so long. Although the heels on her feet were not high, they were not as comfortable as flat shoes. Okay. Xia Dong went back to her room to change into a pair of shoes and a pink dress. After all, they were still newlyweds. If she dressed too simply, the elderly might not like it. Bailey Han held her hand and knocked on the door of Old Madam's room. Old Master was lying on a rattan chair with his eyes slightly closed. Old Madam was sitting beside him, wearing reading glasses and holding a book. She was softly reading a poem by Pushkin. The sunlight quietly shone in through the window and spread on the floor. In the blue and white porcelain vase by the window sill, 2 red roses quietly bloomed. The years were peaceful and elegant. Xia Dong and Bailey Han did not say anything to break the silence. The cold of winter is fast, and will visit the woods and fields. The blazing fire will soon light up the smoky cottage, and I will not see this charming Xiao girl alone in her house, grieving in secret, like an oriole in a cage, and thinking only of my Natasha. And constantly thinking of Natasha. Old Madam's gentle voice had a touch of sadness. Perhaps she was also reminiscing about the years that had passed. After reading the poem aloud, she closed the book and placed it on the table beside her. She turned to look at the two standing at the door and said mildly, "You're back. Grandma, Xiaxia and I are here to see you." Bailey Han put his arm around Xiaxia's waist and walked to the old lady. "Sit down." Old Madam's expression was still indifferent, as if she did not care about Xia Dong at all. As a first-time daughter-in-law, Xia Dong did not know how to get along with her in-laws' elders. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Grandma, what do you and Grandpa want to eat for lunch?" "I'll make it." Old Madam said mildly, "You're Bailey's daughter-in-law, not a servant at home. You don't have to worry about the kitchen." Xia Dong pursed her lips and smiled. "Grandma, there are many things that I don't understand at home. Please don't despise me. I'll learn as soon as possible and won't let you down." Old Madam looked up at her. Her sharp eyes did not look like an 80-year-old woman's. Her tone was also cold. "We haven't had our daughter-in-law's tea yet, so you're not Bailey's official daughter-in-law. We'll serve you tea after your wedding. For now, go and see your mother-in-law." "I'm tired." "Yes, Grandma." Walking out of old Madam's room, Xia Dong still had a calm smile on her face, but Bailey Han's heart ached. Although Grandma did not scold her too much, her words and actions revealed her displeasure. He held her hand, and his warm strength made her feel at ease. She tilted her head and gave him a bright smile. "Ah Han, let's go to Mom's room." Bai Jinqiu was sitting on the couch, wearing an ink cheongsam. She looked elegant and noble. Her facial features were beautiful, and with light makeup, she looked like a Jiangnan beauty who had walked out of an ink painting. It was impossible to tell that she was already a grandmother. Bailey Han smiled. "Mom, Xia is here to see you." Xia Dong followed him and called out, "Mom." She raised her elegant eyes and said mildly, "Why are you standing at the door? Come and sit down." Bailey Han put his arm around Xia Dong's waist and sat opposite her. "Mom, why didn't Xiao Jing come back with you?" Speaking of her precious daughter, a smile appeared on Bai Jinqiu's face. Xiao Jing received a call and said that an old friend wanted to see her. "That little heartless girl left me and your grandma and ran away alone. It seems that she will only come back at night." Bailey Han smiled. "I haven't seen Xiao Jing for more than 2 years. I wonder what she has become. She's so carefree, traveling all over Africa and Europe alone." Bai Jinqiu's tone was complaining, but there was a smile in her eyes. "That's right. I don't know where she got the guts to go to Africa. She even went to the desert and the rainforest. On the way back, she talked about the dangers of the journey, and your grandma and I were so scared that our hearts almost stopped beating." Xia Dong listened to their conversation and was very interested in Bailey Jing. She smiled and said, "Mom, I really admire Xiao Jing. She has been to so many places alone. She must be a tenacious and special girl. I can't wait to see her now." Bai Jinqiu's smile paused, but her tone was still gentle. "You young people only know how to pursue excitement. You don't know how worried we parents are at home." Bailey Han smiled. "Mom, don't you have Xiao Jing's photo album here? Can you let me and Xia take a look?" Bai Jinqiu rang the bell and called a servant. "Xiao Chen, go to my bedroom and bring Miss Jing's photo album here." In less than 2 minutes, the servant came back with a thick crystal photo album. "Madam, the photo album is here." "Leave it." Bai Jinqiu motioned for the servant to leave and waved to the 2 people opposite her. "Come and sit beside me." Bailey Han and Xia Dong sat on her left and right. She opened the crystal photo album. The first photo was a family photo, and the second was Bailey Jing's personal photo. The girl in the photo looked to be in her early 20s. She wore a tough black suit and sat proudly on the back of a horse. She had handsome short hair, wore a pair of black sunglasses, and wore a pair of exquisite and shiny riding boots. She looked very valiant and very chic. Xia Dong fell in love with this girl almost immediately. Bai Jinqiu smiled gently. Xiao Jing has always had a boy's personality since she was young. She flipped through the photos. This one was probably taken on Bailey Jing's birthday. She wore a white gauze dress and was facing a beautiful big cake. She had a smile on her lips and her eyes were closed. Her hands were clasped under her chin, and she seemed to be making a wish. This was taken on little Jing's 18th birthday. After this birthday, she went to study in England. Every time she flipped to a photo, Bai Jinqiu used a gentle voice to describe the background of the photo. Xia Dong was suddenly very touched and also a little sad. If her mother was still alive, would she also like to flip through her old photos and reminisce about the past? "Mom, I'm so envious of little Jing. She has a mother who loves her so much." Bai Jinqiu was stunned. She looked up at Xia Dong. Her smile was sincere, and her eyes seemed to be shining with tears. After a moment of contemplation, she remembered her background. In this world, perhaps all maternal love was the same. Bai Jinqiu looked at her, and the ice in her heart slowly began to melt. The girl in front of her lost her mother at a very young age. Now, she was the woman her son loved the most. As a mother, why not try to accept her? She began to have such thoughts in her heart. Bai Jinqiu's face was expressionless, and her tone was indifferent. In the future, I will also be your mother. Thank you, Mom. Xia Dong's eyes were covered with a layer of water, but her smile was very bright. She pointed to a new photo. Mom, what's the origin of this photo? This photo was the first full frontal photo of Bailey Jing so far. Xia Dong also saw her appearance clearly at this time. Her facial features were a little similar to Bai Jinqiu's. She had a high nose, big eyes, and a delicate chin. When she laughed, she revealed her snow-white teeth. There was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She was different from Su Yunqian's noble and elegant, and also not like Su Xingqian's sweet and cute. She was heroic, straightforward, and bright. In the photo, she and Daodu were sitting side by side on the grass. Daodu was licking her face with its long tongue. She hugged Daodu's head with one hand and bloomed with a bright smile. Bai Jinqiu complained. This photo was taken 2 years ago. After that, she said that she wanted to travel the world and ran away from home. Xia Dong was surprised. Little Jing actually ran away from home. Isn't that so? At that time, her grandmother and I were so angry. Bailey Han saw that they were chatting so happily and was happy. He sat quietly at the side and did not interrupt, allowing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to chat. On the other side, the person they were chatting with, Bailey Jing, was already standing at the door of Su Xingqian's ward. She was wearing a pair of ripped jeans and a white t-shirt with a skull on it. Her wine-red hair was permed into big waves and fixed into a bun on top of her head. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she was full of energy and vitality. She flew towards Su Xingqian. Xingqian, I'm back. Are you okay? Su Xingqian stared blankly at her pouncing on him and asked in disbelief, You're little Jing. That's right. Bailey Jing winked playfully. What, you don't recognize me? How did your skin become so dark? She did not expect that Bailey Jing, who grew up with her, would become so dark that even she could not recognize her. It's from the sun. When I was in Africa, I was under the scorching sun every day. I was lucky that I didn't become like coal. Bailey Jing grinned, not caring about her skin color at all. Come and see, Hongcha 866. Chapter 192. Xingqian, what happened to you? Why is your face wrapped in gauze? Bailey Jing was on her way home when she received a call from Su Xingqian. Hearing that she was hospitalized, she immediately abandoned her family and rushed over. Su Xingqian's eyes welled up with tears. Little Jing, I'm disfigured. Disfigured? No way, it's so serious. Bailey Jing pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped her face. Xingqian, tell me, what happened? Su Xingqian sobbed, crying very sadly. As he cried, he shook his head, but he didn't say anything. Bailey Jing was so anxious that she stomped her feet, and her heart ached. All right, Xingqian, don't cry. Once you cry, my heart will be in chaos. When Bailey Jing was young, she often played with Su Xingqian and Bailey Fei Yan. Both of them were delicate girls. Every time they cried, she couldn't do anything to them. No matter what conditions they put forward, she would comply. Because of this, she was often scolded by her eldest brother and second brother, calling her a pig head. Woo-woo. Hearing her say this, Su Xingqian cried even harder, crying as hard as he could. The more chaotic her heart was, the better. Bailey Jing was at a loss. Just like when she was young, she gently coaxed, "Be good, don't cry. If there's a problem, tell me and we'll slowly solve it, okay?" Su Xingchen saw that it was about time and sobbed, "Little Jing, my face was disfigured by acid. Even if I do plastic surgery, there's no way to restore my previous appearance." Bailey Jing's heart ached. "How did your face get splashed with acid? Who wants to harm you?" Su Xingchen sobbed, "I can't say." Bailey Jing was about to die from anxiety. "Why can't you say it? Could it be that the other party is so powerful that even your Su family can't do anything to him?" Su Xingchen looked at her with teary eyes. "No, little Jing, I just don't want to destroy the harmony in your family." Bailey Jing frowned. "How is it related to my family?" Su Xingchen covered her mouth and cried, not willing to say more. "Aya, you're really making me anxious." Bailey Jing pulled out another tissue and handed it to her. "Xingchen, I'm begging you, please tell me." She shook her head and refused to budge. The Bailey saw her crying so sadly and felt bad. He didn't ask further, but he secretly made up his mind to find out the truth. After comforting Su Xingchen for a long time, she finally stopped crying. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Xiao Jing, I was originally very happy that you came back. I didn't mean to cry, so don't take it to heart." Bailey Jing patted her shoulder. "Silly, what are you talking about? We're good friends. Why would we mind those things?" Su Xingchen smiled. "Thank you, little Jing. When my face is better, you, me and Fei Yan, the three of us will get together." "Yes, definitely. Rest well and don't think too much." After her reminder, Bailey Jing immediately had an idea. Since she didn't want to say it, then she would ask Fei Yan. Fei Yan and Xingchen had such a good relationship, so he must know what happened. "Xiao Jing, you just came back. You should spend more time with your grandparents. I'm already very touched that you came to see me as soon as you got off the plane. You're talking nonsense again, aren't you? You're my best friend, so of course I have to care about you." The two chatted for a while before Su Xingchen urged Bailey Jing to hurry home to accompany her family. Bailey Jing thought that she still had something to ask Bailey Fei Yan, so she didn't stay any longer. When she left the hospital, she called Bailey Fei Yan. That girl happened to be nearby and was planning to visit Su Xingchen, so the two of them agreed to meet at a coffee shop near the hospital. Bailey Fei Yan was wearing a light blue dress, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand and a straw hat on her head, looking fresh and beautiful. Bailey Jing, who was sitting in the coffee shop, recognized her at a glance. She waved her hand and called out to her, "Fei Yan, I'm here." "Oh my God, Xiao Jing, how did you become like this?" Bailey Fei Yan was shocked. Xiao Jing's skin was fairer than hers and Xingchen's back then. She didn't expect it to turn into a wheat color now. "Oh, I got tanned in Africa." Bailey Jing waved her hand carelessly and asked her to sit down. She pushed the drink that she had ordered in advance in front of her and smiled. "This is your favorite coconut juice. I didn't remember wrongly, did I?" Yes, I didn't expect you to remember." "Xiao Jing, we haven't seen each other for 2 years." Bailey Fei Yan took a sip of the coconut juice and held her face sadly. "When you came back, some things had changed. Xingchen has become like this now." Sigh. Bailey Jing's smile disappeared and she asked seriously, "Fei Yan, what happened to Xingchen? Why did it become like this?" Bailey Fei Yan blinked her eyes in surprise. "She didn't tell you. She doesn't want to tell me. Hurry up and tell me." She frowned. "Isn't this not very good? Xingchen might not want you to know." Bailey Jing leaned forward and looked into her eyes seriously. "Fei Yan, we are all friends of Xingchen. We should care about her, right?" "Yes, Then it's only right that I want to know what happened to her, isn't it? Yes, then hurry up and tell me. Bailey Fian bit his lip and hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heroically. All right then, I'll tell you. But you must not tell Xingqian that I was the one who told you. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Bailey Fei Yen thought for a while and said, actually, this matter has something to do with your sister-in-law. My sister-in-law. Bailey Jing suddenly realized. You mean Xia Dong? Yes. How does this have anything to do with her? Bailey Fei Yen frowned. This matter is very complicated. Let me think about how I should tell you. After organizing her thoughts, she continued, Xiao Jing, you should know that Xingqian has always liked your brother, right? I know. Didn't I matchmake the two of them in the past? Bailey Fei Yen sighed. This is where the problem lies. Xingqian likes my cousin, but he is engaged to Su Yunqian. According to this development, nothing will happen. But Xia Dong suddenly appeared. She deliberately got close to my cousin, and Su Yunqian felt threatened. She actually bribed the culprit to kidnap Xia Dong and sold her to a remote mountain village. I heard that she was injected with drugs. She paused and took a sip of her drink. Then she continued, Xia Dong also had a fiancé called Mika Kido. I heard that he is very capable. In the end, he rescued Xia Dong and investigated her kidnapping. She paused deliberately. Do you know what happened next? This was more interesting than a novel or a television show. Bailey Jing was listening intently when she suddenly stopped. She patted her forehead and said, Stop keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. Su Yunqian, this woman is really not simple. She blamed everything on Xingqian, so Xingqian was retaliated against by Mika Kido. Bailey Jing was shocked. Was it Mika Kido who ruined Xingqian's appearance? No, Mika Kido found a few male prostitutes to humiliate Xingqian. He even took a video of her and injected her with drugs. He wanted to completely destroy Xingqian. Bailey Jing was shocked. She felt sorry for Xingqian and was stunned for a while. Then she asked, what happened after that? After that, Xingqian's scandal spread like wildfire. She had a nervous breakdown and escaped from the drug rehabilitation center. She took the acid and planned to take revenge on Su Yunqian. She didn't expect Xia Dong to snatch the acid from her and ruin Xingqian's appearance. Bailey Jing was heartbroken and angry. How could Xingqian be so stupid? Also, if Xia Dong ruined Xingqian's appearance, why wasn't she punished by the law? Bailey Fei Yen sighed. Did you forget? I just said that Mika Kido is very capable. She cleared Xia Dong's name. The police believed that Xia Dong acted in self-defense and Xingqian was the one who deliberately hurt her. So, after Xingqian was discharged from the hospital, she would immediately be locked up. Bailey Jing was an experienced and knowledgeable person. But when the conspiracy happened right beside her, she was still shocked. She didn't expect that so many tragic things would happen to the friend she cherished since she was young. She was angry at Xingqian for being so stupid to take revenge on Su Yunqian with acid. At the same time, she hated Su Yunqian for framing Su Xingqian for kidnapping her. She hated Mika Kido for being too ruthless. She hated Xia Dong for destroying Su Xingqian's appearance. Bailey Jing's face was gloomy. She leaned against the chair like a stone statue. Xiao Jing, are you okay? Bailey Fei Yen waved in front of her eyes worriedly. Bailey Jing's voice was a little cold. I'm fine, Fei Yen. I have something to do. I'll go back first. She was in a bad mood, very bad mood. Did Big Brother know how evil Xia Dong was? How could he marry her? Fei Yen, the drinks are on me. I'm in a hurry. She stood up and strode out. She wanted to go back quickly and expose that woman's ugly face in front of Big Brother. Bailey Fei Yen seemed to know what she was thinking. He shouted at her back, "Xiao Jing, are you going back to ask Xia Dong? Calm down. You don't have any evidence now. Even if you ask her, she won't admit it." Bailey Jing stopped in her tracks. Without turning back, she strode out. Because she walked too fast, she bumped into a man who had just walked in. She hurriedly turned back. "Sorry." The man who was bumped into smiled gently. "It's okay." She forced a smile, nodded, and turned to leave. "Be careful." Before the man could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. Bailey Jing had already collided with the waiter standing behind her. The waiter's tray fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the iced lemon juice in the cup spilled all over her body. Her white t-shirt turned orange. The most embarrassing thing was that the spot where the juice was splashed was on her chest. The handsome waiter apologized with a red face. Bailey Jing shrugged nonchalantly. "It's okay. I wasn't careful when I walked. How much is this cup of lemon juice?" "I'll compensate you." The waiter said there was no need. The lobby manager also rushed over and apologized sincerely. Ad. Songshu 566. Chapter 193. Bailey Jing didn't want to waste any time. She walked out of the coffee shop and onto the road after settling things peacefully. A man's voice rang in her ears. "Miss, are you planning to leave dressed like this?" Bailey Jing turned around to see the man she'd bumped into at the coffee shop. She frowned, not liking the way he was hitting on her. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yi found the sudden change in attitude quite amusing. It seemed that she'd misunderstood his good intentions. He smiled gently. "I just wanted to tell you that I just bought a dress. I was going to give it to my mother. Although it's not suitable for her age, it's better than you wearing dirty clothes." Bailey Jing lowered her head. Only then did she notice that the orange-yellow object had become very conspicuous. Furthermore, its position was very awkward. She smiled embarrassedly. "I'll have to trouble you then." Lin Yi smiled. "Let's use the coffee shop's washroom. You go first, I'll go get the clothes from the car. I'll be back soon." Bailey Jing thanked him sincerely. She used the washroom and changed into the dress Lin Yi had given her. The price tag was still there, and she took a look at the price tag. It was 5 digits, and she memorized it in her heart. The color of the dress was simple and elegant, and it fit her well. She let her hair down, letting her wine-red hair fall over her shoulders. Lin Yi was waiting for her in the lobby, smiling warmly when she came out. "It suits you." She looked like a delinquent girl at first, but now she looked like a lady from a rich family. "Thank you, I'm Bailey Jing." "What's your name?" Bailey Jing stretched out her hand. He shook her hand politely. "Lin Yi." "Lin Yi, can I trouble you to give me your name card? I'll pay you for the dress some other day." Lin Yi smiled. "No need. It's fate that brought us together." She glared at him. "Just give it to me. Bailey Jing, don't take people's things for free." "All right then, here's my name card." Lin Yi smiled and handed her his name card. "All right, now that I have your number, I will contact you. Thank you for today. I'm in a hurry, so I'll thank you another day." Bailey Jing put away the business card and said goodbye to him with a smile. Bailey Jing. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile. If he remembered correctly, Yun had a sister called Bailey Jing. Could it be her? Bailey quietly got into the taxi. On the way home, he kept thinking about what Bailey Fei Yen said. If what she said is true, then Xia Dong is not a simple woman. First, she has Mika Keto in her hands, and now she has her brother. Su Yunxian wasn't a good person either. She looked as elegant as a goddess, but she was actually vicious and merciless. She was really disgusting. At lunchtime, the old madam glanced at her 3 great-grandchildren one by one, feeling a little conflicted. It was the first time there were so many children at the Bailey's table. The 3 little guys sat next to each other. Xiaodong sat next to Xiao Guai so that it was easier to take care of her. When the dishes were all served, the servants served rice to everyone. Everyone waited for the old madam to start eating. The old madam said, "Everyone, let's eat." Xiao Guai blinked her big eyes and called out to all the elders in her baby voice. "Great-grandpa, great-grandma, eat. Grandma, eat. Daddy, mommy, brother, eat. Xiao Guai also wants to eat." The old madam couldn't stop smiling. "Good girl, look at our Gigai's sweet mouth. Gigai, come sit next to great-grandma, okay?" Xiao Guai looked up at Xiaodong. Xiaodong nodded at her and she smiled. "Okay, I want to sit next to great-grandma." Xiaodong carried her to the old madam's side. The old madam patted her head and smiled kindly. "Gigai, what do you want to eat? Great-grandma will get it for you." Xiao Guai said obediently, "I don't want great-grandma to get it for me. If great-grandma is tired, I can get it myself. I can even help great-grandma get food." "Oh, how old are you? You already know how to dote on great-grandma." The old madam smiled. She doted on this soft and tender little girl to the bone. She couldn't help but pity her. How could such a cute little girl contract such a terrible disease? Xiao Guai was not only obedient and cute, she was also very filial. When she saw the old madam reaching for a dish more often, she would reach out her arm to help her get food. The old madam praised her for being sensible. The old master sat in his wheelchair and ate in silence. He ate whatever the servants fed him. His eyes were unfocused and he didn't respond to anyone who spoke to him. Only when the old madam spoke to him would he raise his eyelids. However, he would only glance at her before lowering his head again. Xiaodong heard from Bailey Han that the old master had Alzheimer's disease and had lost the ability to speak. He could only say a few simple words. His memory was chaotic and he often mistook people for others or couldn't remember anything at all. Because of the presence of the 3 children, the atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. Xiaodong also heaved a sigh of relief. After the meal, the servants wanted to push the old master to the back garden for a walk. Xiaodong offered to accompany the old master, and the 3 children also volunteered to follow. Bailey Han was naturally worried about letting Xiao Guai go with them. The old madam smiled and patted Xiao Guai's head. "Gigai, stay with great-grandma, okay?" "Okay." Xiao Guai nodded obediently. The old madam picked her up and placed her on her lap. "Come, great-grandma will tell you a story." Xiaodong pushed the old master to the pavilion and fanned him with a cattail leaf fan. He was in good spirits now. He pointed at the grape trellis and babbled intermittently. No one knew what he was saying. Xiao Bao blinked. "Mom, does great-grandpa want to eat grapes?" Xiao Yi knocked on his forehead. "Idiot, great-grandpa wants to go under the grape trellis. He used to like to stay under the grape trellis." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaodong was still trying to guess the old master's intentions. She didn't expect her son to give her the answer. She bent down and smiled. "Grandpa, sit tight. We'll go to the grape trellis now." "Ah." The old master nodded. It seemed that Xiao Yi had guessed correctly. After pushing the old master to the grape trellis, he quieted down. He tilted his head as if he was going to sleep. Xia Dong instructed the servant to bring a blanket over. After covering the old master with the blanket, Xia Dong slowly fanned the cattail leaf fan and said softly to the children, "Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, great-grandpa is asleep. Go back to your rooms and rest. Mom, we'll stay here with you." Xia Dong blinked. "How about this? Bring the chessboard over and play chess here." Xiao Yi smiled. "Xiao Bao, let's play Gamoku." The two little guys really ran back to get the chessboard. They laid it out on the stone table and began to play chess. A cool breeze blew past and the grape leaves rustled. The September sun was less scorching and more warm. The light shone through the layers of grape leaves and shone on the limestone road. It was peaceful and serene. Xia Dong fanned herself and looked up at the children playing chess from time to time. Her eyes were full of smiles. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Xia Dong turned her head and saw a pretty figure approaching from afar. The person who came was tall and slender. She had long wine-red hair and was wearing an elegant plain dress. She wore a pair of canvas shoes and a pair of brown sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. Her actions revealed a candid temperament. Xia Dong inwardly guessed that she should be Bailey Jing. Xiao Yi also heard the footsteps. He looked up and a bright smile appeared on his face. He jumped down from the stone stool and ran over. "Aunt Jing. Darling, you've grown so tall." Bailey Jing smiled brightly as she carried Xiao Yi and kissed his cheeks several times. "Aunt Jing, why are you only back now? I missed you so much." "Oh, darling has suddenly changed. He's no longer the little old man from before." Bailey Jing teased with a smile. In the past, every time she called her family, Mommy would complain that Xiao Yi was too mature. But now, he was acting like a child. "Aunt Jing, don't laugh at me. I'm happy." "I'm not laughing." Bailey Jing carried Xiao Yi to Xia Dong and put Xiao Yi down. She took off her sunglasses and squatted down to hug the sleeping old master. She kissed him on the cheek and said softly, "Grandpa, your Xiao Jing is back." Old master was in a deep sleep. Bailey Jing adjusted the blanket for him and stood up. Her gaze landed on Xia Dong. Xia Dong smiled and extended her right hand. "Xiao Jing, hello. I'm Xia Dong." Bailey Jing didn't take her hand. Instead, she stared at her meaningfully. "You're the woman my brother married." Xia Dong retracted her hand. Her smile didn't change. "Yes." Bailey Jing raised her eyebrows. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. "My brother's taste in wives is getting worse and worse. Each one is worse than the last." The smile on Xia Dong's face froze. She didn't say anything. Xiao Bao jumped down from the stone stool and said unhappily, "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Yi was also a little unhappy. "Aunt Jing, do you have some misunderstanding about my mommy?" "Xiao Yi, why are you calling her mommy?" Bailey Jing glanced at Xiao Bao. He looked very cute when he was angry. He could compete with Xiao Yi. Upon closer inspection, their eyebrows were somewhat similar. Little Wingzy shrugged helplessly. "That's because she's my mommy." Bailey Jing widened her eyes in surprise. "Wait, didn't your mommy pass away?" Bailey Jing couldn't be blamed. She often traveled around the world. It wasn't easy for her family to contact her. Moreover, they didn't tell her that Xiao Yi's biological mother was Xia Dong. She didn't know any more information about Xiao Yi's biological mother than Bailey Han. Then this child, Bailey Jing pointed at Xiao Bao. "He's my biological brother." Xiao Yi shrugged again. "So, Aunt Jing, you must have some misunderstanding about my mommy." Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 194. Bailey Jing's beautiful brows furrowed. This matter was getting more and more complicated. She didn't want to convict Xiaodong yet. She wanted to wait until she figured things out. She sized up Xiaodong and said lightly, "You should know my name, so I won't introduce myself. I'll go in first." Xiaodong looked at her back as she walked away. Her eyes darkened. Bailey Jing didn't like her. It seemed that her position in this family was still very awkward. Bailey Han sat on the sofa and called Lu Zihao to explain some things. A beautiful figure rushed towards him. "Big brother, I'm back." He hurriedly ended the call and hugged Bailey Jing, who rushed over. His eyes were full of smiles. "You little girl, you still know how to come back." Bailey Jing acted like a little girl and acted coquettishly in his arms. "Aren't I back now? Big brother, did you miss me?" Bailey Han poked her forehead with his finger and his eyes were full of affection. "Yes, I missed you, you heartless girl. When will you come back?" Big brother, I missed you so much." Bailey Jing suddenly hugged his neck and smiled brightly. "Okay, you're still acting like a child." Bailey Han touched her hair. "Grandma and Mom are upstairs. Go and see them." "Okay. I'll go up first." Bailey Jing kissed him on the cheek and ran upstairs like a rabbit. Bailey Han smiled helplessly, his eyes full of affection. If you asked which family's daughter cared the most about her image, the answer would definitely be Bailey's family. Although they had just met at the airport in the morning, old Madame Gu and Bai Jinxiu still smiled from ear to ear when they saw Bailey Jing. They hugged her affectionately for a while. After the excitement, Bailey Jing saw Xiao Guai sitting quietly on the small fabric sofa and looking at her curiously with a pair of crystal-like eyes. Bailey Jing also looked at Xiao Guai in surprise and asked the old madam, "Grandma, this little girl is so cute. Whose child is she?" Old madam patted her forehead. "Look at me, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce her. Xiao Jing, this is your eldest brother's daughter, Xiao Guai." Old madam patted Xiao Guai's head and smiled kindly. "Gigai, this is your Aunt Jing." "Hello, Aunt Jing." Xiao Guai blinked his big eyes and smiled generously, revealing two cute little dimples. "So cute." Bailey squatted in front of her and couldn't help but reach out to stroke her soft cheeks. He smiled gently. "Your name is Xiao Guai. How old are you this year?" Xiao Guai's face was distorted by her rubbing, but she wasn't angry at all. She replied softly, "I'm 4.5 years old this year." "Wow, so cute. Come, let Aunt Jing give you a kiss." Bailey's family finally had a little princess. Sob, she was so happy. Bailey Jing kissed Xiao Guai's soft cheeks. Xiao Guai giggled. "Aunt Jing, you're so beautiful." "Oh, little girl, you have such a sweet mouth." Bailey Jing beamed and couldn't help but rub her cheeks again. Her abnormally pale little face was rubbed red. Old madam shook her head helplessly. "Jing girl, if you don't dare to enter, let go of Xiao Guai. She's not in good health and can't stand your torment." Bailey Jing heard and quickly let go of her hand. She looked carefully. Xiao Guai's skin was abnormally white and her small body was a little thin. She asked with heartache, "What's wrong with Gigai?" Bai Jinxiu coughed heavily. Bailey Jing immediately realized that she couldn't talk about it in front of the child and quickly changed the topic. Xiao Guai's health wasn't good and she quickly became tired. After she fell asleep, old madam asked the servant to send her back to her room. Only then did she tell Bailey Jing about Xiao Guai's condition. Bailey Jing came back to her senses after a long while. Her eyes were red. Xiao Guai is so pitiful. How can such a young child suffer so much? Bailey Jing had been sympathetic since she was young. She was the kind of person who would give money to others when she saw them begging on the street. How could Bai Jinqiu not understand her? She helplessly patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't be sad. Fortunately, Xia Dong is pregnant now. When she gives birth to the baby, she can save Gigai. Xia Dong is pregnant. Bailey Jing's heart tightened. She thought that it was fortunate that she didn't act rashly. If she caused Xia Dong to die because of Xingqian, her brother would hate her to death. Moreover, she would indirectly cause Xiao Guai's death. Then her sins would be grave. Yes, it's been more than 3 months. Bailey Jing calmed down and frowned. She said, Mommy, Xiao Yi's biological mother is Xia Dong. What's going on? Didn't you say that Xiao Yi's biological mother abandoned Xiao Yi and my brother and eloped with someone else? Then she died in a car accident, right? Bai Jinqiu looked at old madam awkwardly. Back then, old madam made up such a lie to cover up the truth and deceived Ahan, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Jing. Now she didn't know whether she should explain it or not. Of course, old madam knew what her daughter-in-law was troubled about. She coughed and said, This matter is more complicated. Back then, when you were studying in England, we didn't want you to worry, so we didn't tell you the truth. Old madam briefly recounted Xia Dong's experience. However, she also concealed some of the truth, which was related to Bailey Han. Bailey Jing listened to everything. After a while, she said, I suddenly admire Xia Dong. Bai Jinqiu poked her forehead in annoyance. Admire her for what? Stealing a child. Or making a mess of her own reputation. You'd better behave yourself. Mommy, let me finish. Bailey Jing hugged her arm. Think about it. Xia Dong raised 2 children by herself. Xiao Guai even had that kind of illness. She was under a lot of pressure. With my brother's bad temper, don't you know what he will do and say when someone he doesn't like gets close to him? Xia Dong must have suffered a lot. Although Bai Jinqiu felt uncomfortable, when she thought about it carefully, it made sense. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. She taught Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai quite well. The knot in old madam's heart slowly disappeared. She sighed and said, I don't want to say anything more about them. I just want our family to be safe and happy. Bailey Jing held Bai Jinqiu in one hand and old madam in the other. She smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry. Our family will definitely be fine. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I talked to second brother on the phone a few days ago. He said that he and his former classmate started a high-tech company, and it's officially operating now. Second brother is also working very hard now. Bai Jinqiu's expression was indifferent. She didn't have much affection for Bailey Yun, this illegitimate son. Old madam didn't like Bailey Yun in the past, mostly because he was unruly and unrestrained. Now that he was willing to work hard, she felt a little relieved and nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them were chatting happily upstairs when Bailey Han and Xia Dong brought the sleeping old master upstairs. 2 more people chatted with each other. Xia Dong sat at the side and listened to Bailey Jing talk about the interesting things that happened when they traveled around the world. Her thoughts drifted away. She thought of the confusion when she first went abroad, Mikakito, and her foster father who was far away in Italy. Her phone suddenly rang, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Xia Dong quickly picked up the phone and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I have to take this call. She pressed the answer button and hurried out. Bailey Han's eyes darkened. He caught a flash of panic in her eyes just now and suspected that it was Mikakito who called. Xia Dong hurried to the empty balcony and called out softly into the phone, Brother Shin. Mikakito's cold voice sounded in her ear. I want to see you. She bit her lip. When? Now. His tone was domineering and irrefutable. She paused and asked, "Where shall we meet?" He said coldly, "I'll pick you up at the old mansion." "No need," she said hurriedly. "I'll go out." "Tell me the place." "Are you so worried that Bailey's family will find out about our relationship?" Mikakito's car was parked on the road outside Bailey's old mansion. His eyes were surging with anger as he stared at the luxurious manor outside the window. "No, I just don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Brother Shin, I'm sorry." Her heart was full of guilt. He paused and tried to suppress his anger. "I'm outside the mansion now. You can come out." Brother Shin. Before she could finish speaking, he had already hung up the phone. She stared blankly at the phone in her hand and touched her forehead helplessly. She turned and walked downstairs. Bailey Han appeared from behind the wall. His eyes were as dark as the sea as he looked at her back. "Butler, if anyone asks, just say that I'm in the garden." Xia Dong instructed the butler before she left. "Okay." A black Maybach stopped by the roadside. Xia Dong opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. In the driver's seat, Mikakito was expressionless. A storm surged in his deep eyes as he stared at her without blinking. She forced a smile. "Brother Shin, have you settled the matter in Japan?" Mikakito did not answer her question. Instead, he said stiffly, "Why did you marry him?" She lowered her head and did not dare to look into his eyes. She said softly, "A lot of things happened while you were away." Bailey Han found out about Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's identities. He also found out about what happened 5 years ago. He interrupted her angrily. "So you gave yourself to him?" She smiled bitterly. "No, I think I like him." Mikakito suddenly grabbed her shoulders and forced her to look into his eyes. Xia, look at me. Don't be blinded by his impulse." She shook her head. "No, Brother Shin. I think I really like." He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, stopping her from saying the words she didn't have time to say. Bailey Han was standing at the entrance of the mansion and happened to see this scene. He immediately exuded a cold aura and his dark eyes were raging with anger. Attention, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 195. Xia Dong pushed his chest with all her might. Mikakito hugged her even tighter. His gaze was cold and without a trace of lust. He looked past her head and looked at Bailey Han, who was standing at the entrance of the manor. The moment he ran to the car, Mikakito pressed the window button. The glass slowly rose and completely blocked Bailey Han's line of sight. Xia Dong bit Mikakito's lips forcefully. Beitang Shen abruptly let go of her and stepped on the accelerator. The Maybach and Hertz sped off. Bailey Han ran over, but he missed. Xia Dong's eyes welled up with tears. "Brother Shin, you're too much." "I'm too much. It's been 5 years. Don't tell me you still don't understand my feelings." Mikakito's cold gaze was fixed on the road ahead. He was very agitated and sped up. Xia Dong's face was pale. She covered her abdomen with one hand and clutched the seatbelt with the other. Her voice was trembling. "Brother Shin, don't drive so fast." Mikakito ignored her words and shouted agitatedly, "Xia Dong, I love you. I've loved you for 5F*King years. How can you ignore my feelings and throw yourself into another man's arms?" Xia Dong looked at the man who was as violent as a lion in shock. He said he loved her. She thought he only treated her as a younger sister. Her shocked expression made him even angrier. He slammed on the brakes, and the friction between the tires and the concrete made an ear-piercing screech. He held her shoulders and shouted at her, "You idiot. If I didn't love you, why would I accompany you to China? She didn't know how to answer him. She was an idiot. She thought Siki was just gossiping and daydreaming when he said he loved her. She didn't expect it to be true. Brother Shin, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've always treated you as my big brother. Mikakito's heart ached. He held her arm tighter and tighter. Big brother. Just big brother. I'm sorry. Other than these 3 words, she did not know what else to say. He held her hand stiffly, like a stone statue, as if there was no life in it. In the narrow space, the air was suffocating. Her heart clenched in pain. She held his hand and slowly removed it from her arm. Tears streamed down her face. Brother Shin, forget me. You'll find a better girl. She grabbed the handle of the car. With a click, the car door opened, just like the sound of his heart breaking. She turned to leave, but he grabbed her arm. His eyes were as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Xia Dong, from the moment you stepped out of this car, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. He was gambling, using himself as the stake. She was stunned. She would never forget that 5 years ago, when she was in danger, he descended like a god and saved her from disaster. How did they end up like this? Why did she have to make a choice? Her tears fell even harder. After a long time, she choked and said word by word, Brother Shin, no matter what happens in the future, I will always remember you. I will always be grateful to you. You will always be my big brother. Big brother, he was only her big brother. He grabbed her arm and refused to let go. Xia Dong, do you know what you're doing? Is Bailey Han worth it for you to treat him like this? What did Bailey Han do to make her, who did not believe in marriage, step into the grave of marriage? He made her do this without hesitation. Tears streamed down her face. She shook her head. I don't know. I just don't want to regret. It was Bailey Han who made her understand what love was. It was Bailey Han who gave her the courage to step into marriage. They had said that they would face it together. She could not abandon him. There were very few cars on the road. As far as the eye could see, only the 2 of them were in a deadlock by the roadside. He grabbed her arm and she stood stiffly at the door. His expression was getting colder and colder. Something like crystal seemed to shatter in his eyes. Her heart throbbed in pain, but she held it in and did not say anything. After a long time, a car sped past them. The whistling wind lifted a corner of her skirt. He slowly let go of her hand. She took a step back. The car door slammed shut. Meiba and he sped away and disappeared from her sight in the blink of an eye. Xia Dong squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. The old mansion was built halfway up the mountain. Now she was standing at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to hail a car to go up, but not a single one passed by. She took out her phone and hesitated whether to ask Bailey Han to pick her up. However, she was also worried that Ah Han would misunderstand her. What should she do? If she walked up, there were still a few kilometers to go. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Bailey Han to pick her up. She thought that as long as she explained it clearly, he would definitely believe her. She dialed Bailey Han's phone, but no one answered for a long time. She did not give up and dialed 2 more times. Finally, he picked up. She was delighted and said, Ah Han, can you come and pick me up? I'm at the foot of the mountain now. There was a pause on the other side of the phone. Old Madam's cold voice came through. What kind of wife are you? Your husband has fainted, and you're still having fun outside. Xia Dong said agitatedly, Ah Han fainted. How is he? Old Madam said angrily, you still know how to care about him. Grandma, Before she could finish speaking, the phone beeped with a busy tone. Xia Dong was burning with anxiety. She did not know what had happened to Bailey Han and why he had fainted. However, when she heard old Madam's anger, she knew that his condition must be very serious. She did not dare to think too much about it. She lifted her skirt and ran up the mountain. Fortunately, she was wearing flats, so she was not too tired from running. However, she was worried about the baby in her belly, so she did not dare to run too fast. After running for nearly 10 minutes, she saw a car driving over from afar. It approached from afar until it stopped in front of her. An unfamiliar face stuck out from the window. "Young mistress, old madam asked me to pick you up." Xia Dong said, "Thank you," and hurriedly got into the car. The car drove into the manor. She hurriedly got out of the car and walked into the living room. She happened to see the butler sending Suja downstairs. She hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Dr. Su, how is Ahan?" Suja looked at her meaningfully. When he was driving to Bailey's house just now, he saw this woman and a man tugging at each other by the roadside. Although it was not convenient for him to say too much as an outsider, he still could not help but want to say a few words on behalf of Ahan. "Xia Dong, we can be considered old acquaintances. I want to remind you that Ahan loves you very much. He loves you with his own life. Please cherish him. He has not woken up yet. You can go upstairs to see him." Xia Dong was stunned. She did not quite understand what he was implying. However, when she heard that Ahan had not woken up yet, she was very worried. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly faint? It's not convenient for me to say this. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Xia Dong returned to the room. Old Madam, Bai Jinxiu, and Bailey Jing were all there. According to the butler, the 3 children had been persuaded to go back to their own rooms. When old Madam saw her, her gaze turned cold. "Where did you go just now?" Xia Dong glanced at Bailey Han, who was lying on the bed, and replied, "A friend came to visit me. We chatted for a while at the foot of the mountain." "What kind of friend must call you out of the house for a chat?" Old Madam's voice was harsh. She had just heard from the security guard at the gate that he had seen Xia Dong go out and get into a car parked by the roadside. Xia Dong's fingers clenched tightly. "It's Mika Keto. He came back from Japan. When he heard that I was married, he specially came to visit me. I was afraid of causing a misunderstanding, so I did not invite him in." Old Madam said angrily, "Do you know that Ahan fainted at the gate? He must have seen something and was so angry that he fainted. Tell me, what did you do?" Xia Dong felt terrible. She looked at the unconscious Bailey Han. He must have misunderstood. That was why he was so angry. "I'm asking you a question." Old Madam stomped her crutch hard. "We didn't do anything." Xia Dong's nose was burning. She felt that she had no self-respect at all. She lowered her eyes and held back her tears. Bai Jinxiu's expression was very ugly. She had just changed her opinion of Xia Dong, and she did not expect this to happen. Bailey Jing's gaze swept over Xia Dong. She hugged old Madam's arm and gently persuaded, "Grandma, don't be angry. Be careful not to hurt your body. When Big Brother wakes up, everything will be clear. Grandma, you're tired too. Let me help you back to your room to rest, okay?" Old Madam sighed and looked at Bailey Han with heartache. She said, "Bailey, take good care of young master." With that, she walked out of the room with Bailey Jing's help without even looking at Xia Dong. The sound of the door closing came from behind. Only she and Bailey Han were left in the room. She bit her lip, forced back her tears, and sat by Bailey Han's bed. His handsome eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He seemed to be in pain. She held his hand with heartache and whispered in his ear, "Ahan, I'm so worried. Wake up quickly, okay? If you misunderstand, I'll explain. I've already made it clear to Brother Shin. She whispered a lot and told him everything that had happened between her and Mikakito, but he was still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. She stayed by his side the whole time. During this time, the three little guys came by once, but they were quickly coaxed away by the servants. Bailey Jing also came by, but she stood quietly behind her without saying a word. In the evening, Bailey Han came back from the company. When he heard that his son had fainted, he quickly went upstairs to visit him. Xia Dong politely called him Dad. He grunted and said, "You're tired too. Go downstairs for dinner and rest for a while." She pursed her lips. "I'm not hungry. I'll stay here with Ahan." Bailey Han's face darkened. "Even if you're not hungry, the baby in your stomach will be. Even if Ahan is awake, he won't want to see you like this. Be good and go downstairs for dinner." Foley, Songshu 566. Chapter 196. Bailey Xiong knew that Xia Dong occupied a very important position in his son's heart. In order to improve their relationship, of course, he had to accept Xia Dong, so he really cared about her. This sentence seemed to be a reprimand, but in fact, it was full of concern. It warmed Xia Dong's heart. "I know, Dad." Bailey Xiong's voice softened. "Let's go downstairs and eat first." Without Bailey Han at the table, everyone's mood was a little heavy. No one spoke. Bailey Jing looked around and said with a smile, "Daddy, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You seem to be younger than before." Bailey Xiong smiled. "I'm old." "Jing, when do you plan to go to the company to help Daddy?" Bailey Jing picked up a piece of braised fish and put it on his plate. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Daddy, you can ask big brother and second brother for help with the company. I want to do something different." "Oh. Tell Daddy, what do you want to do?" "I want to go to the poor mountainous areas to teach." Bailey Xiong almost choked. Before he could express his opinion, Bai Jinqiu frowned and said unhappily, "Little Jing, quickly give up on this idea." Let me finish." Bailey Jing sighed helplessly. "I won't be there for long. I'm just going to those places to take a look and learn about the situation of those poor schools. Then I'll raise some money for them." The old madam said slowly, "Doing charity is a good thing, and I support it. If you want to donate to those schools, I won't stop you, but I won't allow you to do it as a career. Little Jing, you're the eldest miss of our Bailey family. You have to think about our family. You've been willful for so many years, and you can't be willful anymore. Think about what I just said." Bailey Jing said unhappily, "I know, Grandma." Bailey Xiong said, Okay, let's eat before the food gets cold." Xia Dong had no appetite. She barely finished half a bowl of rice and left her seat early. After going upstairs, she fetched some hot water and wiped Bailey Han's face and hands with a wet towel. Suddenly, his fingers moved. She held his hand excitedly and called out his name. "Ahan, Ahan." His eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at her blankly, as if he didn't recognize her. "Ahan, how are you? Where else do you feel uncomfortable?" She helped him sit up and put a pillow behind his back. He looked and asked, "Where's Yunqian?" She held her breath and forced an ugly smile. "Ahan, do you know who I am?" Bailey Han looked at her blankly. He shook his head slowly and asked stubbornly, "Where's Yunqian?" "Ahan, what's wrong with you?" "I'm Xia Dong." Xia Dong grabbed his hand excitedly. "Are you still angry, so you're pretending not to know me?" "Hubby, don't be angry. I can explain." Brother Shen came to find me and I told him that I only treat him as my brother. I've already made it clear to him. She explained incoherently, but he pushed her hand away and looked at her coldly. I want to see Yun Qian. Xia Dong couldn't help but cry. Why did this happen? Bailey Jing pushed the door open and entered. She saw Bailey Han sitting at the head of the bed and said in surprise, Brother, you're awake. Xia Dong, why are you sitting on the ground? Are you okay? Xia Dong secretly wiped her tears and stood up from the ground. With her back facing her, she said, I'm fine, Xiao Jing. Your brother is awake. Please inform Grandma and Dad so that they won't be worried. Bailey Jing could hear that she was still sobbing. She raised her eyebrows in surprise but didn't say anything. She closed the door and went to inform the family. Silence. Complete silence. Xia Dong's shoulders trembled slightly as she slowly controlled her emotions. Bailey Han stared at her coldly and persistently made his request. I want to see Yun Qian. Call her and ask her to come see me. She held his shoulders. Han, I beg you. Don't be like this, okay? Go away. I don't know you. He pushed her away again, and because he used too much force, she almost hit the bedside table. His arm swept across, and the cup on top of it fell to the ground with a clatter. The boiling hot tea spilled all over the carpet. Old Madam pushed the door open and entered. She saw this scene and frowned. What's wrong? Xia Dong hurriedly said, It's nothing. I was careless and bumped into the cup. She held her arm, which was scalded by the tea. Very quickly, it turned red and burned with pain. She picked up the teacup and stood sideways, her hand still covering her arm. Bailey Han glanced at the carpet and his gaze gradually fell on her arm. Did you get scalded? Xia Dong smiled. No. Bailey Jing didn't say anything else and focused on his brother. Old Madam went forward and sat beside Bailey Han's bed. She asked gently, Han, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Bai Jinqiu also stood over. Bailey Han frowned. I'm fine. Grandma, who is this woman? Why is she in our house? His sharp gaze turned to Xia Dong. Xia Dong's heart trembled. Old Madam and the others were stunned. After 2 seconds, Old Madam probed, Han, do you still remember that you're married? Bailey Han's frown deepened. I haven't proposed to Yun Qian yet. How could I marry her? Xia Dong's face turned pale. A terrible thought emerged in her mind. Old Madam and Bai Jinqiu also had the same thought, but they still couldn't believe it. Old Madam paused for a moment before asking, Han, tell Grandma, what year is it now? Year 2007. Bailey Jing's eyes almost fell out. Old Madam and Bai Jinqiu looked at each other and sighed heavily. As expected, Han's memory returned to 5 years ago. Her guess was confirmed. Xia Dong felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked away. If she hadn't been leaning against the bedside table, she would have collapsed. Grandma, I want to see Yun Qian. Bailey Han's expression was serious, and he looked like he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. Old Madam sighed helplessly and turned her eyes to Xia Dong. The implied meaning was obvious. Xia Dong forced a smile and said, Grandma, since Han wants to see Miss Su, let's ask Miss Su to come over. Old Madam nodded and called the servant to get the phone. She personally called the Su family. It was Mrs. Su who picked up. After exchanging some pleasantries, Old Madam said, Huilan, is Yun Qian here? Auntie, Yun Qian is resting upstairs. What's the matter? This Old Madam was a bit embarrassed. Han suddenly married Xia Dong and didn't give the Su family any explanation. The two families hadn't been in contact for a long time. Suddenly calling Su Yunqian to visit Ahan was a bit abrupt. "Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. We'll definitely help if we can. Huilan, it's like this. Ahan is sick and wants to see Yunqian. Can you ask Yunqian to come over?" Mrs. Su was silent for a moment. "Auntie, Yunqian is still sad because of Ahan's marriage. I'm worried that she..." Old Madam sighed. "I know. If you can't, then forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. How about this, Auntie? I'll ask Yunqian first and see what she thinks." After more than 10 minutes, Mrs. Su called and said that Su Yunqian was willing to come over to visit Bailey Han. She would arrive in about an hour. "Grandma, Mom, you can go back and rest. I'm fine now." Bailey Han seemed to have just noticed Bailey Jing and asked curiously, "Jing, why are you back? Is school on holiday?" The corner of Bailey Jing's mouth twitched. She didn't know what other expression to make except for a bitter smile. She patted his shoulder. "Brother, you..." "Sigh, forget it. You should rest well. I'll go upstairs first." Old Madam and the other two left. Bailey Han looked at Xia Dong. "Who are you?" "A new maid hired by the family." Xia Dong admired herself for being able to squeeze out a smile at a time like this. "If I say that I'm your wife, would you believe me?" Bailey Han's handsome face darkened. He said coldly, "Get out. Ahan, listen to me, get out." He yelled at her, not listening to her explanation at all. "Okay, I'll get out." Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She turned around resolutely and walked out of his room. The corridor was empty. She suddenly didn't know where to go. She went downstairs, walked out of the living room, and walked under the grape rack. Sitting on the rattan chair and looking at the stars in the sky, he suddenly felt very tired. In the quiet night, the cool breeze blew the fragrance of flowers. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there, but the scene of Bailey Han proposing to her suddenly appeared in her mind. She remembered his promise, and the sadness in her heart completely disappeared. She suddenly stood up and encouraged herself. Ahan had just lost his memory again, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She would definitely make him remember her. Dojo. Beitang Shin was wearing a white judo outfit. He was like a lion that went berserk in the center of the arena, smashing his opponents to the ground one after another. Inside the martial arts hall, there were cries of anguish. Jiang Dao put his hands behind his back and stood at the door with a cold expression. He was slightly worried that his boss couldn't control his emotions and threw him out as well. Come on, come on. Mikakito was drenched in sweat and got into a fighting stance. The little brothers who were lying on the ground and wailing had tears streaming down their faces. Boss, we can't do it anymore. If we practice with you any longer, we'll be crippled. Suzaku was dressed in a black outfit that accentuated her perfect figure. She crossed her arms and looked coldly at a certain someone who had gone berserk. Mikakito, if you really want to vent, come drink with me. I guarantee that you'll forget everything once you're drunk. Mikakito turned her head abruptly. She glared at her viciously. Her eyes were filled with bloodlust. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 197. The vermilion bird wasn't afraid in the slightest, and her lips curled into a sneer. You don't dare. Mikakito's voice was cold. I, Mikakito, dare not do anything. Then come with me. On the top floor. The night wind was blowing and the stars were twinkling. Two tall figures stood by the railing and looked at each other coldly. Vermilion Bird threw a can of beer at Beitang Shin. Beitangshan casually grabbed it and pulled the tab open with a bang. I'll accompany you. Vermilion Bird also opened a can of beer, and with a leap, sat on the 2-meter-high platform. Beitangshan also jumped up and sat beside her. The two of them didn't say anything. They raised their heads and gulped down the wine. Soon, they finished the bottle of wine. The empty bottle was thrown to the roof, making a clanking sound. Again. Suzaku took out a can of beer from behind her back and handed it to him. He took the can of beer and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He saw 2 cans of beer behind her. After drinking the 2 cans of beer, his expression was normal. He said coldly, "It's too boring to drink like this. Why don't we have a competition to see who can drink more?" Suzaku was expressionless. "There's a winner and loser in a competition. What are you going to bet?" Mikakito looked at her sharply. "Freedom. If you win, I'll give you back your freedom." Suzaku smiled. "Okay. If you win, I'll work for you for the rest of my life." The contract she signed with Mikakito was only for 20 years. Now, she was betting her freedom. 2 pairs of cold and emotionless eyes met. They clinked their cans of beer, signaling the start of the competition. Cans of beer were downed one after another, and empty cans were thrown to the roof one after another. The two of them sat on the high platform like 2 machines, mechanically repeating the action of downing beer. The starlight poured down on them, breeding feelings of loneliness and sadness. After drinking for an unknown amount of time, Vermilion Bird's eyes began to blur. The beer had already risen to her throat. She covered her mouth and burped. Slightly drunk, she said, "Why didn't you kill me back then?" She knew that this man loved Xiaodong to the core. She kidnapped and hurt Xiaodong, but she did not expect that he would spare her life. Mikakito's eyes were also blurry. He took a sip of beer and said indifferently, "I have an agreement with you." She sneered. "Agreement? What's the use of an agreement for a man like you?" He was not the kind of person who would abide by an agreement. She had already seen how ruthless he could be in Japan. He turned to look at her. Under the starlight, there was a cold smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes were a little drunk, and there was a charm in her coldness. He had to admit that she was very beautiful. "You can take it that I value talent." Her rosy lips curved. She looked at the bright night view of the city and said indifferently, "I won't be grateful to you. Sometimes, losing freedom is worse than death." "I know. I don't need your gratitude." He looked into the distance. There was a port, and the lights were shining brightly, guiding the ships out to sea. But the guiding light in his heart had been extinguished. He had loved her for 5 years, but she did not belong to him. The sadness in his heart could not be expressed. It turned into melancholy and poured into his heart together with the beer. It was so bitter that his eyes flashed like broken glass. The can of beer in his hand was empty again, just like his heart. After a long time, the night wind blew, bringing with it the noise of the city and the sound of the sirens. 2 bodies lay on the high platform, motionless. Suddenly, a pair of pitch-black eyes opened. His cold gaze made people shudder. She turned to look at the person beside her. His eyes were closed and his brows were tightly knitted. His entire body was emitting a strong smell of alcohol. Suzaku called him softly. "Mikakito." He frowned impatiently and turned his back to her. Her slender fingers slowly slid down to her calf, and she pulled out a sharp dagger from her small leather boot. She looked at his broad back and raised the dagger high. It was this man who had destroyed her freedom and her pride. He even used her beloved Director Lin to force her. If she killed him, she could regain her freedom and reunite with Director Lin. The biting cold murderous aura suddenly expanded, ready to be released. She raised her hand high and stabbed down heavily. But at the last moment, she controlled herself. She was crazy, really crazy. If she killed him, how could she escape the Yamaguchi-gumi's pursuit? How could she save Director Lin from Japan? The alcohol kicked in, and she almost did something she regretted. She put down the dagger and quietly put it back into her boot. Then, she pretended that nothing had happened and lay quietly beside him. Mikakito suddenly turned around. His eyes were like ice, and he didn't look drunk at all. He said coldly, "Why didn't you do it?" Suzaku's back broke out in cold sweat. It turned out that this man wasn't drunk at all. He must have been pretending. He definitely didn't believe in her loyalty, so he took the opportunity to test her. "Why didn't you do it?" He stared at her coldly, as if he wanted to see through her organs. Her lips moved, and she said calmly, "If I kill you, I won't be alive. Although I hate not having freedom, there are important people who are worth it for me to give up my freedom. You're only half a second away from death." His right hand moved, and only then did she see clearly that he was holding a very small pistol. If she did not stop her assassination, then his bullet would not hesitate to pierce through her heart. Her eyes darkened. "I won't be so stupid in the future." He glanced at her and sat up from the podium. "You're a good drinker." She smiled and said, "You can hold your liquor well too. We're tied. So, the bet is invalid." He stretched out his right hand and raised it in midair. She also stretched out her right hand, and the two of them gave each other a hard slap. Xiaodong came out from the back garden and returned to the living room. She simply treated the burn on her arm. Fortunately, it wasn't very serious. A servant came forward. "Young mistress, old madam has asked you to stay in the guest room for the night. I've already tidied up the guest room on the second floor. If you need anything, just call me." "Okay, I got it. Sorry to trouble you." Ahan didn't remember her, so she couldn't go back to her room to rest. Her guest room was arranged to be at the end of the second floor. Before she went back to her room, she went to Xiao Bao's room. Xiao Yi happened to be there as well. She told her about Bailey Han's situation, and the two little guys were stunned. Xiao Yi rubbed her chin and sighed. How did Daddy's memory go back 5 years? Moreover, it was before Su Yunqian left the country. Xiao Bao puffed up her cheeks and looked disgusted. Daddy actually wants to see Su Yunqian. What will he say to her? Could it be a proposal? Xiao Yi frowned. It can't be. Who would propose in the middle of the night? Xiaodong's mouth twitched. The first time Bailey Han proposed to her was in the middle of the night. Could it be that he was really going to propose to Su Yunqian? No matter what the three of them were worried about, Su Yunqian arrived as promised. Xiaodong stood at the top of the stairs and watched her walk up leisurely. She looked like a woman who had walked out of a painting in the misty Jiangnan. There was a hint of sadness in her every frown and smile, which was just enough to make people feel pity for her. She seemed to have lost some weight, and there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, which made her look even more beautiful and elegant. She was wearing a white dress, and her long hair was simply draped over her shoulders. A small part of her fair neck was revealed when she hung her head, and it had an alluring glow under the light. She walked up to Xiaodong and smiled faintly. "Congratulations." Xiaodong smiled. "Thank you." She elegantly brushed her long hair behind her ear. "I'll go upstairs to see Grandma first. I'll go to Han's room later." Xiaodong's smile was still the same. "Okay." Song Yunxian went upstairs. Song Yunxian did not know what old madam had said to her, but Song Yunxian came downstairs after about 10 minutes. Hearing Song Yunchuan's footsteps, Xiaodong pushed the door open and stood in the corridor to wait for her. Su Yunqian curled her lips and her smile was a little dazzling. I know where Han's room is. I don't need to trouble you to take me there. Xia Dong said faintly, I'm his wife. This is the basic courtesy to treat guests. Miss Su, please. Su Yunqian's eyes moved, and the smile on her lips gradually disappeared. Bailey Han hadn't gone to bed yet. He had changed into a formal suit and looked extremely handsome. When Xia Dong knocked on the door and entered, he was sitting on the sofa reading a book. When he looked up and saw the two of them walking in, a smile immediately surged in his eyes. Yunqian. Su Yunqian went forward and hugged him affectionately. Han, I missed you so much. Bailey Han hugged her tightly. I missed you too. Xia Dong looked down and pinched her palms hard. She gritted her teeth hard. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would pounce on the two of them and beat them up. The two of them were intimate for a moment. Bailey Han suddenly looked up and saw that Xia Dong was still standing by the side. He frowned unhappily. Why are you still here? Get out. Su Yunqian lay in his arms. She lifted her chin slightly and looked at Xia Dong with a sneer on her lips. Xia Dong bit the tip of her tongue hard and smiled. Okay, I'll go out now. Ah Han, you have to have a good chat with the guests. Bailey Han frowned. What did this woman mean? When Xia Dong went out, she put a small listening device in her hand into the antique vase. This was given to her by Xiao Yi. She said that with this device, she would be able to eavesdrop on what Su Yunqian and Bailey Han were talking about. The little girl automatically confessed that she had done this before. Su Yunqian leaned into Bailey Han's arms. How long had it been since he hugged her? She couldn't help but reach out and hug his waist tightly. Perhaps his memory had returned to 5 years ago. God had given her a chance to start over. Bailey Han stroked her long hair. Yunqian, why did you lose weight? Su Yunqian chuckled. If I said that I lost weight because I missed you so much that I couldn't eat or sleep, would you feel sorry for me? Silly, am I not by your side? Bailey Han hugged her even tighter. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 198. Silly girl, am I not by your side? Bailey Han hugged her even tighter. Su Yunqian smiled. Han, what's wrong with you today? Why do you suddenly want to see me? Bailey Han held her shoulders and looked into her eyes. He said seriously, Yunqian, will you marry me? In Xiao Bao's room, Xia Dong and her 2 children were eavesdropping. Xia Dong angrily jumped up from the sofa and rushed out without a word. She looked like she was going to fight with someone. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi quickly ran over and hugged her legs. Mommy, don't be rash. Mom, don't be agitated. It's useless even if you rush over now. Dad doesn't remember you. Xia Dong was about to explode. That damned bastard. He was still whispering sweet nothings to her in the morning, and now he was hugging another woman and proposing to her at night. Although his memory was messed up, it was still very infuriating. Let go of me. I'm going to rush in and tell him the truth now. Xiao Yi's pink little ears twitched. Shoo, listen. They're talking again. Xia Dong's ears also perked up. Su Yunqian acted coquettishly. Han, when you propose, don't you have a ring? Of course I do. Bailey Han paused and said, I originally ordered a ring today, but when I woke up, the ring was gone. Su Yunqian smiled. Alright, it's okay that the ring is gone. At least I know how you feel about me. You've agreed to my proposal. Of course, there's no reason not to. Let go of me. Xia Dong couldn't hold it in anymore. If she held it in, her husband would be charged with bigamy. Little Treasure and Little Wingsy let go of their hands in unison and took a step back in unison. Things had gone beyond their control. The scariest thing was that there was a suspicious sound coming from the eavesdropping device. It seemed to be a sound not suitable for children. Xia Dong opened the door and rushed to Bailey Han's room. Her entire body was steaming with anger as she barged into his room in an extremely valiant manner. The next moment, his breathing suddenly stopped. In front of him, Bailey Han and Su Yunqian were hugging each other, their faces close to each other. Her eyes burned with flames as she clenched her fists. Resisting the urge to beat them up, she roared, "Bailey Han, stop." Bailey Han's hand froze and he raised his head. After a short moment of shock, he was furious. "Why did you come in? Get out. This is the third time you've told me to scram. Seeing that your memory is a mess, I'll tolerate you." Xia Dong glared at him angrily. She strode forward and grabbed his wrist without warning. She was startled. It turned out that he was holding a girder in his hand. So, he was actually helping Su Yunqian put on the girder. Because of the angle, it looked like they were kissing. "You crazy woman, what are you trying to do?" Bailey Han pulled his wrist back, unable to restrain his anger. Su Yunqian looked coldly at Xia Dong. Damn it, she had ruined her plans again. Xia Dong pointed at his left hand and said coldly, "Bailey Han, look at the ring on your left hand. What do you think it means? You're already married, do you know that?" Bailey Han let go of Su Yunqian in shock. His gaze fell on his left hand. He had been wondering when he had a ring on his finger. Xia Dong extended her left hand in front of him and said angrily, "Take a good look at what this is. Don't you think it's exactly the same as the one on your finger? This. What's going on?" Bailey Han was shocked and angry. When did he get married? Why didn't he know about it? Who was this woman in front of him? There seemed to be something in his brain that suddenly bounced and tightened. It hurt. He held his head in pain and tried hard to think, but he couldn't remember. No, it was getting more and more painful. His vision turned black and he felt dizzy, his body tilted and he fell onto the sofa. Han, Xia Dong and Su Yunqian threw themselves on him at the same time and called out to him anxiously. Xia Dong was anxious and helpless. What should she do? Yes, she should call the doctor. She suddenly jumped up and reached for the phone. Su Yunqian grabbed her wrist and stared at her with a venomous gaze. "It's all your fault, Xia Dong. If anything happens to Han, I won't let you off. Now's not the time to talk about this." Xia Dong pushed her arm away and tried hard to calm down as she dialed Suja's number. Old Madame Dowager and the others rushed over when they heard the news. Everyone was anxiously waiting for Suja's arrival. Xiao Yi secretly took out the listening device from the antique vase and hid it in her pocket. Suja carefully examined Bailey Han's body and listened to old Madame Dowager's description of his situation. He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Old Madame Dowager, I want to talk to you alone." In the study, old Madame Dowager said, "Dr. Su, it's just the two of us now. If you have something to say, just say it." Suja's face was serious. Old Madame Dowager, from Han's current situation, his memory has begun to become chaotic. I suspect that the hypnosis we did on him 5 years ago will soon lose its effect. When that time comes, not only will he regain his memory, but he will also suffer from the pain of his headaches again. Old Madame Dowager said agitatedly, "Then what should we do?" Suja frowned. "I can't think of any good ideas right now. However, if we want to completely cure him, we still have to do surgery to remove the foreign object in his brain." Old Madame Dowager's face was ashen. 5 years ago, the top neurologist in the country examined him and said that the foreign object in his brain was too close to his nerves. If we do surgery to remove it, the success rate is only 1%. If the surgery fails, Ahan will become a vegetable. We can't take this risk. Suja thought for a moment and said, perhaps we should tell Ahan about this and let him make his own choice. The choice was to suffer from the pain of his headaches or take the risk of surgery. Old Madame Dowager held her forehead and sighed. Let me think about it carefully. Xia Dong noticed that after old Madame Dowager and Suja finished talking, she seemed to have aged a lot. She looked tired and dignified, as if she had a lot of things on her mind. Suja couldn't help with Bailey Han's current condition, so he only left some conventional medicine and left. Old Madame Dowager glanced at the room full of people and waved her hand tiredly. You all go back and rest. Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, you still have school tomorrow. Go back to your rooms and sleep. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao looked at each other and then at Bailey Han lying on the bed at the same time. Gigai said goodnight to the elders and returned to his room. Yunqian, I've troubled you today. You should go back first. Old Madame Dowager patted the back of Su Yunqian's hand. Su Yunqian forced a smile on her face. Her sad expression made people feel pity for her. Grandma, I'll go back first. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Okay, good girl. Old Madame Dowager called a servant and sent Su Yunqian out. Only old Madame Dowager and Xia Dong were left in the room. Old Madame Dowager pointed to the seat beside her. Xia Dong, sit down. I have something to tell you. Xia Dong sat down. Old Madame Dowager said, there's something I haven't told you and Ahan. Today, I want to tell you. 5 years ago, Ahan was in a car accident. Not only was his leg injured, but his brain was also injured. At that time, a very small piece of metal flew into his brain. Xia Dong's eyes widened in shock. The blood in her body seemed to have stopped flowing. After examination, the metal piece almost pressed on the nerves, and the surrounding nerves were very complicated. The doctor said that the success rate of removing the metal piece was only 1%. We didn't dare to take the risk, so we gave up on the surgery. Old Madame Dowager sighed and continued, we didn't expect that disaster would come. Whenever Ahan thought of that car accident and anything related to you, he would start to have a headache. We watched as he suffered from the pain. He couldn't sleep at night and groaned. In less than half a month, he became so thin that he didn't even look human anymore. I discussed it with his father and made a decision. Old Madame Dowager paused. She looked at Xia Dong's shocked eyes and said slowly, we decided to erase his memory. We hired the best psychiatrist abroad to hypnotize him and erase his past with you. We tampered with his memory and adjusted it to the day before he proposed to Yunqian. Then, we lied to him and said that he was in a car accident on that day. We also made up a story about Xiao Yi's birth. In short, we completely erased your existence from his memory. Xia Dong leaned against the sofa stiffly. Her chest was filled with complicated emotions. A scary thought came to her mind. She said with difficulty, Grandma, Ahan's memory suddenly returned to 5 years ago. This isn't a good sign, right? Old Madame Dowager nodded. Suja said that his memory is starting to become chaotic. The hypnosis might not last much longer. Xia Dong's voice trembled. Will he have a headache again after he recovers his memory? He was already having a headache now, it's very possible. Grandma, what do you want me to do? Ahan can't be stimulated at the moment. Xia Dong, if Ahan's memory is still stuck 5 years ago after he wakes up, I hope you won't tell him the truth, and don't tell him about the past. Old Madame Dowager reached out and grabbed Xia Dong's wrist. Let him go with the flow. Let him hold on for as long as he can. Tears filled old Madame Dowager's eyes. Other than this, I can't think of any other way. Xia Dong's tears fell like rain. Grandma, I understand. No matter what happens, I won't tell him the truth. I won't force him or agitate him anymore, even if Ah Han and Su Yunqian reconciled, even if he proposed to her, even if they wanted to get married, she wouldn't stop it because she didn't want him to suffer anymore. He had suffered enough for the past 5 years. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 199. Thank you, Xia Dong. You've been wronged. Old Madame's tears rolled down her cheeks. Xia Dong bit her lip and sobbed. For Xia Dong, this was a sleepless night. For Lin Shihao, this night had just begun. At a 5-star hotel. A medical seminar was being held here. As the main speaker, Lin Shihao spoke frankly and confidently on stage. His warm smile was like the sun shining into Bai Meiwei's heart as she sat in the first row. It was as if she was possessed. She was deeply infatuated with him and couldn't extricate herself. When the speech ended, the audience applauded. The organizer of this seminar was a government department. After the seminar ended, the staff warmly invited all the attendees to the banquet hall for a cocktail party. Lin Shihao could be said to be a young talent. He was also well known in the industry and was known as the god of gynecology. Many people in the industry came to toast him. His alcohol tolerance wasn't very good, so he would decline if he could, but if he really couldn't, he would stop after a sip. Even so, he still drank a lot of alcohol that night. By the end of the cocktail party, he was already drunk. He sat on the sofa and held his forehead. His eyes were blurry as he took out his phone to call Yisiki. However, his phone was snatched away. He narrowed his eyes and looked up. A beautiful figure stood in front of him and bent over to look at him. The person's low-cut dress revealed a deep cleavage. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. In a drunken voice, he said, "Mei Wei, please take me home. I'm drunk." Okay. Bai Mei Wei sat beside him and held the glass in her hand in front of him. "Senior, drink a glass of cold water first to sober up." He looked at her in a daze and couldn't even hold the glass steadily. She directly held his hand and held the glass to his lips to help him drink. Seeing him swallow the glass of water without leaving a single drop behind, a strange smile appeared in Bai Mei Wei's beautiful eyes. "Senior, be careful. I'll help you back," Bai Mei Wei said gently. She held his arm and helped him up from the sofa. Lin Shihao's head was getting dizzier and dizzier. He staggered and leaned all his weight on her until he completely lost consciousness and fell limply on her shoulder. A male waiter came forward and asked, "Ma'am, do you need help?" Bai Mei Wei glanced at Lin Shihao, who was lying on her shoulder, and smiled. "Sorry to trouble you. I've booked room 713. Okay." The waiter supported Lin Shihao and helped him to the elevator. Bai Mei Wei leisurely followed behind. The waiter carried Lin Shihao into the room and placed him on the bed. Bai Mei Wei took out a tip and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." The waiter smiled politely. "You're welcome, madam. Good night." "Good night." Bang! The door closed. Bai Mei Wei slowly walked to the bedside and looked down at Lin Shihao, who was in deep sleep. He had handsome features. His handsome eyebrows were relaxed, his nose was high, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. She had been obsessed with that face for a long time. She bent over, her cheeks burning as she leaned against his chest. His broad chest and the steady beating of his heart made her feel at ease. He seemed to be uncomfortable from being pressed against by her. He frowned and murmured softly, "Siki, Siki, ye Siki." Even when he was asleep, he still remembered her. Bai Meiwei's eyes were filled with anger. The last bit of hesitation and shyness in her heart disappeared. She wanted to have him, even if she had to resort to unscrupulous means. Voila! The hot water flowed as Bai Meiwei carefully washed her body in the bathroom. Not a single inch of skin was left untouched. In a while, she would give herself to the man she loved the most. Her heart was thumping wildly. She didn't know that in the guest room, Lin Shihao's phone was ringing. Yi Siki was a little uneasy. She called Lin Shihao's phone twice, but no one answered. The seminar should have ended at 9 o'clock, but it was already 10 o'clock. Why wasn't he back yet? He didn't even call back. Could something have happened to him? Yi Siki remembered that the person who went to the seminar with Lin Shihao was Bai Meiwei. Unfortunately, she didn't have Bai Meiwei's phone number, so she couldn't ask her. What should she do? She paced back and forth in the room uneasily. Suddenly, she remembered that there must be Bai Meiwei's private phone number in the on-call room, so she called the on-call room. She gave a simple explanation, and the people in the on-call room gave her Bai Meiwei's private phone number. Beep, beep, beep. She called Bai Meiwei's phone twice, but no one answered. Yi Siki didn't give up and called a third time. Finally, the phone was picked up. She heard a woman's languid voice. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Dr. Bai Meiwei? That's me. Who are you? Bai Meiwei asked as she dried her hair. Yi Siki paused and said, My name is Yi Siki. I'm Lin Shihao's wife. I want to ask if the seminar you attended tonight has ended. Bai Meiwei's fingers tightened. After a while, she laughed softly. So it's Senior's wife. The seminar has ended. Is there something you need? Old Lin hasn't come back yet, and I can't get through to his phone. I'm worried that something has happened to him. Dr. Bai, do you know his situation? Bai Meiwei glanced at Lin Shihao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Her lips curled into a strange smile as she said lightly, I'm with Senior. Don't worry, nothing happened to him. Yi Siki's anxious heart relaxed. That's good. Are you on the way back now? Bai Meiwei smiled. Yes, we're in the car. Senior said that he would send me home first. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have made you worry. It's okay. It's only right that old Lin send you home. Although the two of them hadn't picked up the phone for a long time, which made Yi Siki feel a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. She smiled and said, Dr. Bai, but before she could calm down, the part of him that was inside her body rose up again, and another round of passion began. The next morning, the glaring sunlight shone through the window. Lin Shihao frowned impatiently. He turned over and reached out to hug the person beside him. After sleeping for a few more minutes, his head slowly cleared up. He held his forehead with one hand and muttered softly, Honey, my head hurts. The response he got was a soft sob. Lin Shihao suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a woman's naked back. Her fair skin was covered with bruises. She was curled up into a ball and sobbing softly. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. His eyes widened in shock. She wasn't his wife. Who was she? He reached out his trembling hand and slowly pulled her shoulders back. His heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. He cried out involuntarily, Meiwei. Bai Meiwei's cheeks were covered with tear stains. Her eyes were red and swollen, and even her lips were red and swollen. Her chest and neck were full of marks from lovemaking. She covered her face and cried sadly, Senior, how did this happen? How did we end up together? Lin Shihao's face was ashen. He was about to break down. He betrayed Siki. He actually betrayed his wife. Senior, you were drunk last night. I drank too much too and couldn't drive. I wanted to help you and to rest for a while, but I didn't expect you. Bai Meiwei's tears kept falling. She cried until she was out of breath. Lin Shihao tried hard to remember, but his mind was blank. He had no idea what happened last night. His usually gentle face revealed a panicked expression. He jumped out of bed in a panic, found his clothes in a pile of messy clothes, and hurriedly put them on. Come and see. Hongcha 866. Chapter 200. Siki must have been worried to death that he hadn't returned the entire night. It was as if he had gone mad. There was only one thing left in his mind, and that was to go home. He had to go home quickly. Lin Shihao grabbed his things and hurriedly ran out. Bai Meiwei jumped down from the bed and hugged him tightly. She was sobbing. Senior, you can't leave like this. What should I do? Lin Shihao's fiery heart cooled down in an instant. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Bai Meiwei. Her eyes were red and swollen like peaches, and they were filled with tears. Her frail body was covered with marks, constantly reminding him of what had happened last night. He was like a stone statue, instantly losing his life force. Senior, Bai Meiwei threw herself into his arms, crying bitterly. He was like a walking corpse, allowing her to hug and shake him. After a long time, his consciousness gradually returned. His gaze was unfocused as it swept across the messy bed. There were still bright red marks on the sheets. He slowly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. With difficulty, he said, Meiwei, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Bai Meiwei hugged him tightly, sobbing. Her crying made his heart hurt and confused. He helplessly patted her back. Meiwei, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Senior. Bai Meiwei cried for a long time before she finally raised her head. She choked out, I don't blame you. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Lin Shihao felt extremely guilty. Meiwei, thank you. She shook her head as tears streamed down her face. Senior, I don't want to ruin your relationship with sister-in-law. I'm satisfied as long as you're happy. Let me be by your side, silently waiting for you. Lin Shihao was both touched and guilty. He hugged her tightly. Bai Meiwei wiped the tears from her face. Senior, if sister-in-law asks, just say that you were drunk last night and rested at my house for the whole night. Don't worry, if sister-in-law asks, I'll help you. Thank you, Meiwei. Lin Shihao's throat moved, his voice low and hoarse. After Lin Shihao and Bai Meiwei tidied up, they walked out of the hotel one after another. He sat in the car and took out his phone. He didn't know when, but his phone had been turned off. He turned it on and saw many missed calls from Siki, as well as text messages from her. Her concern for him were evident in every message she sent him. His heart suddenly ached, and he punched the steering wheel hard. 2 drops of tears fell from the 1.8-meter-tall man's eyes. As soon as Lin Shihao inserted the key into the keyhole, Isiki jumped down from the sofa. The moment he turned the doorknob, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Hubby, where did you go? I called you, but you didn't pick up. I was so worried. Isiki threw herself into Lin Shihao's arms. Her eyes were red, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept all night. Lin Shihao hugged her tightly and said over and over again, I'm sorry, wifey, I'm sorry, hubby, where did you go? Did something happen? Isiki withdrew from his arms and checked carefully. Seeing that he wasn't hurt, she relaxed a little. Lin Shihao forced a smile and hesitated for a long time before telling the lie he had made up. I'm sorry, wifey. I got drunk last night and rested at Director Bai's house for the whole night. Isiki complained, why didn't you call me? I was about to call the police, you know. I'm sorry, wifey, I'm sorry. I fell asleep after getting in the car last night. I don't even know how I ended up at the director's house. He hugged her tightly, his heart filled with guilt. The two of them hugged for a long time before he whispered, wifey, I'm very tired. I want to take a shower. Isiki patted his back and said gently, okay, I'll go turn on the hot water for you. Lin Shihao sat on the sofa dejectedly. He held his head in his hands and listened to the sound of the hot water running in the bathroom. His heart was in a mess. Guilt wrapped around him tightly, and he almost couldn't breathe. Hubby, I'm done. I've put the clothes on the rack. Go in quickly. He took a deep breath and looked up slowly. He smiled gently and said, okay. Xia Dong suddenly woke up. Her dark eyes were filled with fear, and her forehead was covered with sweat. She hurriedly put on her slippers and ran down the corridor in a panic towards Bailey Han's room. She had a nightmare. She dreamed of a grand wedding. She was wearing a beautiful wedding dress and holding flowers in her hands, waiting for the groom to hold her hand. However, after waiting for a long time, Bailey Han held Su Yunqian's arm and walked slowly to the priest. They looked at each other affectionately, as if she didn't exist. She couldn't take it lying down. She pounced forward and called out Bailey Han's name. Bailey Han turned around to look at her. He suddenly held his head and howled in pain. Soon, he fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. No, she wouldn't let this happen. She wouldn't. Xia Dong suddenly opened the door. Bailey Han's handsome figure was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His back was facing the window, and when he heard the sound, he suddenly turned around. She stared at him blankly. She wanted to call out to him, but she resisted. No, she had to pretend that she didn't know him. Bailey Han's handsome face was expressionless. He walked towards her step by step, staring at her with his deep eyes. Xia Dong bit her lip and forced a smile. She stammered, why eldest young master? You're awake. Bailey Han's face darkened. She explained in a panic, eldest young master, don't be angry. Old madam asked me to check if you've woken up. It's good that you've woken up. I'll leave now. She turned around to leave, in case he was unhappy to see her here. However, her wrist suddenly tightened and she was pulled into his embrace. She stiffened in his embrace, not daring to speak or move for fear of agitating him. Bailey Han lowered his head to look at the stiffened woman in his arms. His face darkened even more. He frowned and his voice was cold and filled with anger. Are you that afraid of me? Xia Dong lowered her eyes and stared at his toes. She said softly, no. Then why did you run away when you saw me? Her throat tightened. You didn't want to see me. His brows furrowed and his eyes were cold. When did I say that I didn't want to see you? She felt wronged. Yesterday. Within a day, he had asked her to get lost twice. Bailey Han's frown deepened. He felt uncomfortable looking at the top of her head. He reached out and lifted her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. You haven't explained why Mikakito kissed you. How could I not want to see you? When he woke up and she wasn't by his side, his first thought was that she had left with Mikakito. But he refused to give up, so he stood in front of the window, wanting to see if she was outside. At this moment, she suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Ecstasy surged into her heart, and before he could ask her to explain, she impatiently said a bunch of strange things. Xia Dong looked at him in shock. You know my Bailey Han. Bailey Han was so angry that he almost laughed. What did she mean by knowing her Bailey Han? Wait a minute. His pupils suddenly shrank. Wifey, what do you mean by that? Xiaodong had already confirmed that the person standing in front of her was the Bailey Han with normal memories. She quickly shook her head. No, I didn't mean anything. Hubby, I'll explain now. Yesterday, Brother Shen asked me to go out. I was afraid that it would cause a misunderstanding, so I didn't tell anyone and went out to see him alone. Xiaodong was afraid that there would be a rift between them because of what happened yesterday, so she didn't hide anything and told him everything, including how Mikakito had forced a kiss on her. Bailey Han felt a little better knowing that she hadn't been willing to be kissed. However, his brows were still furrowed. He stroked her red lips with his fingers and said domineeringly, I'm the only one who can kiss you here. She hesitated for a moment, then stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed him on the lips. His anger suddenly dissipated, and an unnatural color appeared on his face. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss him. He hugged her tightly. The moment she pulled away, he kissed her lips. As if he was punishing her, he gently bit and sucked on her lips. Xiaodong quietly leaned into his arms. She suddenly felt that this was the happiness she had been pursuing. However, this happiness was very fragile. It was like a soap bubble that only needed to be gently poked with a finger and it would burst with a bang. However, even if it was fragile, she didn't want to let go. She tightly hugged his waist and boldly expressed her feelings. Hubby, I love you. Ecstasy sprayed in Bailey Han's heart like a fountain. He had always been calm and collected, but his fingers were trembling. He hugged her tightly and said in a hoarse voice, Wifey, I love you too. Xiaodong's eyes were sore. There was a transparent liquid flowing down, but Bailey Han didn't see it. Bailey Han had woken up. The whole family was prepared to treat him like a porcelain doll, but they didn't expect that his memory would suddenly return to normal. Under the old madam's strict order, no one mentioned yesterday's incident. Bailey Han also didn't know that his memory had returned to 5 years ago. On the surface, everything had returned to normal. Only a few people who knew the inside story had a heavy heart. It turned out that Bailey Han's memory was already unstable, and the hypnosis couldn't last much longer. Xiaodong helped him tie his tie and stood at the gate, watching him drive to the company. She only looked away when the car drove out of the manor and couldn't be seen anymore. She didn't know when Bailey Jing had appeared beside her. Xiaodong, I want to talk to you. Xiaodong turned around and smiled. Okay, but I have to take the children to kindergarten first. Bailey Jing also smiled. I'll go out with you. I happen to have something to do too. Xiao Bao was wearing a small suit and carrying a small school bag. He ran down the stairs. Behind him, Xiao Yi walked leisurely with her chest out and head raised. Mom, we're ready. Let's go. Xiao Bao ran to their side and only greeted Xiaodong. He ignored Bailey Jing. Obviously, he was still angry about Bailey Jing speaking rudely to his mother yesterday. Come and see. Xinwu 799. Chapter 201. Bailey Yi, who walked over, was much more polite and called her Aunt Jing sweetly. Xiaodong smiled and said, Since you're ready, let's go. Bailey Jing accompanied Xiaodong to send the two kids to the kindergarten. After that, Bailey Jing said, How about we go to the cafe? Xiaodong knew that she had something to say, so she naturally agreed. The cafe's environment was very elegant. Since it was still early, there were very few people inside, so it was just right for them to talk. Xiaodong stirred the fragrant milk tea in her cup. Xiao Jing, what do you want to know? Just ask. Bailey Jing raised her eyebrows and went straight to the point. Xingchen's disfigurement, was it because of you? Xiaodong was very surprised. She thought that she was going to ask about her and her brother, but she didn't expect her to ask about this. She thought for a moment and said, "Strictly speaking, it was related to me, but I didn't cause her disfigurement." "Tell me about it." Bailey Jing leaned back and listened carefully. "It's very complicated. To put it simply, Su Xingchen wanted to harm me, but it was exposed and my friend took revenge on her. She then turned around to take revenge on me and wanted to pour acid on me. In the end, an accident happened during the fight and the acid splashed on her." Bailey Jing frowned and asked, "Was Su Yunqian present at that time?" Xia Dong nodded. "Yes." Bailey Jing's gaze was sharp. "As far as I know, Xingqian didn't hurt you. She was framed by Su Yunqian. She didn't want to take revenge on you that day, but wanted to deal with Su Yunqian. In the end, you snatched the acid from her hand and splashed it on her." Xia Dong was stunned. "I don't know if Su Xingqian was framed by Su Yunqian, but she did want to deal with me and Su Yunqian that day. I didn't snatch the acid from her hand, nor did I deliberately splash it on her. In fact, if my bodyguard didn't arrive in time that day and fought with Su Xingqian, would be the one disfigured now." Bailey Jing frowned. Xia Dong and Fei Yan's words were completely different. Between the two of them, one of them must be lying. Although personally, she believed Fei Yan's words more, she didn't lose her mind. If she didn't investigate this matter clearly, she wouldn't accuse anyone wrongly. Bailey Jing's expression was serious. "Xia Dong, do you have evidence to prove that you're not lying?" Xia Dong frowned slightly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "When it happened, we were in the changing room behind the church. There was a camera installed in the corridor outside the changing room. When Lu Xing broke in, the door was opened. He and Su Xingchen were entangled at the door, so the camera recorded the situation. This was also an important piece of evidence for the police to convict Su Xingchen of intentional injury. As long as you see the video, you'll know if I'm lying or not. But criminal evidence is kept by the Public Security Department. How can we see the video?" Bailey Jing thought. Xia Dong coughed and said, "Actually, the surveillance camera in the church should still have a record." Bailey Jing patted her forehead and smiled. "How could I forget? This is much easier. Xiao Yi is a hacker expert." Xia Dong was surprised. She never knew that Xiao Yi was also a hacker. Bailey Jing raised her eyebrows in amusement. "Don't tell me you still don't know." Xia Dong smiled bitterly. "I really don't know. I've been separated from Xiao Yi for more than 4 years. I feel like I don't understand him at all. I'm a failure of a mother." "No, I think you're amazing." Bailey Jing looked into her eyes and said seriously, "I admire you for raising 2 children alone." Xia Dong smiled. "I thought you hated me." Bailey Jing shrugged. "At first, I hated you. But after hearing about your experience, I think you're amazing. You're a good mother." Her straightforward words touched Xia Dong. "Thank you." She smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. If it turns out that you really hurt my friends, I'll still hate you." Xia Dong smiled. She really appreciated Bailey Jing's personality more and more. She was straightforward and cheerful. The two agreed to ask Xiao Yi to help pull up the surveillance video of the church at night. Then, they parted happily. Bailey Jing left the family car to Xia Dong and rented it herself. She took out a business card from her handbag and pointed to the address on it. She asked the taxi driver to send her to the location. Xia Dong hadn't seen Yisiki for a few days. She missed her, so she wanted to ask her out to relax. Guangmao Building, Langyu Psychological Consulting Firm. Seeing someone coming, the beautiful receptionist Miss smiled politely. "Hello, Mississippi. How can I help you?" Bailey Jing took off her sunglasses and pushed her hair behind her ear. Hello, I want to see Dr. Lin Yi. Do you have an appointment? No. Miss smiled apologetically. I'm very sorry. Dr. Lin's appointments are full today. Bailey Jing's lips curled up, revealing a dazzling smile. I only need to delay him for 5 minutes. Please help me arrange it. I'm really sorry. I can't help you. Bailey Jing raised her eyebrows. Okay, I'll talk to him myself. She walked to the lounge and sat down. She took out her phone and dialed the number on the business card. After 3 rings, the phone was picked up. A man's gentle and magnetic voice came through. Hello, I'm Lin Yi. She smiled. Hello, I'm Bailey Jing. I want to take 5 minutes of your time. How is Dr. Lin? Lin Yi glanced at the counselor sitting on the sofa. I'm not free now. If you don't mind, you can wait for half an hour. Okay, I'll wait for half an hour. I won't disturb your work. See you later. See you later. Lin Yi curled his lips and hung up the phone. Bailey Jing sat in the lounge, playing a game on her phone. She was having a good time when she heard the door to Lin Yi's office open. A beautiful 17 or 18-year-old girl walked out. Her face was abnormally pale and her lips lacked color, but there was a faint smile on her face. She looked straight ahead as she walked towards the elevator. The moment she raised her hand to press the elevator button, Bailey Jing noticed that there were several scars on her wrist. Bailey Jing blinked and stood up. She turned around and saw Lin Yi in a black suit standing a few steps away from her. There was a gentle smile on his handsome face. Sorry to keep you waiting. She smiled generously. It's okay. It wasn't long. She was wearing a bohemian-style long dress today. Her wine-red hair was let down casually. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a bright smile. She looked bright and charming. He reached out his hand. Please come in. Thank you. The office was decorated very warmly. It didn't feel rigid at all. Lin Yi lowered his guard the moment he walked in. Bailey Jing sat casually on the sofa and pulled out a check from her handbag. She pushed it in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, thank you for helping me out yesterday. Here's the money for the dress. Please accept it. Lin Yi had a rough understanding of her personality from their 2 conversations. He knew that she was a straightforward person. He didn't reject her. He smiled. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Bailey Miss, if I may ask, do you have an older brother named Bailey Yun? She raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you know? He's my second brother. Lin Yi's smile widened. I'm in the same university as Yun. I'm 2 grades higher than him. She was pleasantly surprised. So you're my second brother's senior. What a coincidence. He smiled. Yun went to America recently. How's he doing there? He hasn't contacted me yet. She smiled happily, revealing her beautiful white teeth. I talked to him on the phone before I came back. He's doing well now. He started a company with his friends. It's on the right track. That's good. He's finally willing to work hard. Lin Yi hoped that Bailey Yun could walk out of the pain of heartbreak as soon as possible. The 2 of them chatted for a while more before Bailey Jing suddenly remembered the girl she saw earlier. She asked curiously, that patient of yours, I saw a scar on her wrist. Does she have symptoms of depression? The scar is also a sign of self-harm, isn't it? Lin Yi smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I can't reveal anything about the patient. It was his professional ethics as a psychiatrist. Bailey Jing waved her hand embarrassedly. It's okay. I'm just too curious. She looked down at her watch. It seems like 5 minutes have passed. I won't disturb your work anymore. Goodbye. Okay. Let's talk when we have time. It was nice meeting you. She smiled and shook his hand. Me too. He walked her to the door and saw her walking towards the stairs. He reminded her, the elevator is over there. She smiled and waved. I'll take the stairs. What a special girl. After all, this was the 12th floor. There was a smile on his lips as he watched her beautiful figure disappear into the corridor. He pondered for 2 seconds, then walked to the front desk and asked, "Did that lady just come up the stairs?" Lin Yi's eyes darkened when he heard the affirmative answer. It was understandable for her to take the stairs downstairs, but it seemed a little strange for her to take the stairs up to the 12th floor. He thought about it again. Maybe she wanted to train her body. He shook his head in amusement. Maybe it was because she was Yun's sister. That was why he paid so much attention to her. On the bench in Central Park, Xia Dong was about to fall asleep from boredom when Yisiki rushed over. Xia Dong rolled her eyes. Yezi, you stood me up for an hour. An hour. Do you know how precious an hour's time is? Yisiki put her hands together. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Old Lin is home today, so I made lunch for him before coming out. Awesome novel. Hongcha 866. Chapter 202. Xia Dong poked her forehead in annoyance. You really treat your husband like a bodhisattva. Yisiki massaged her shoulders in an attempt to please her. Don't be angry, baby. Elder Lin had it tough too. He attended a seminar last night and got drunk. His head still hurts now. All right. Stop acting like a lackey. You scared my baby, do you know that? Xia Dong pulled her arm and made her sit beside her. She took out a tissue and handed it to her. Hurry and wipe your sweat. Your face is red from the sun. She knew that she had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yisiki smiled as she took the tissue and wiped the sweat off her face. Xia Dong leaned against the chair lazily. Your elder Lin attended the seminar last night. Did he go with Bai Mei Wei again? Yeah. He got drunk last night and even stayed at the dean's house. The dean treats elder Lin quite well. Yisiki finished wiping her sweat and threw the tissue into the bin. Xia Dong recalled the incident where Lin Shihao and Bai Mei Wei took a walk on the beach. She half-joked, he dared to drink when he was with another woman. Wasn't he afraid that someone would do something to him? Yisiki knocked on her forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Mei Wei isn't that kind of person. How do you know? Xia Dong looked up at her. You know Bai Mei Wei very well. I can't say that I know her well. I've seen her twice. I think she's well-educated and well-mannered. She doesn't seem like the kind of woman who would do something like that. Xia Dong raised her eyebrows. Appearance doesn't explain everything. Look at Su Xingqian. Isn't he naive and cute? Can you imagine that she's actually ruthless and inhumane? Yisiki choked on her words. Xia Dong made sense, but Yisiki still felt that her husband was trustworthy. She believed that he wouldn't do anything to betray her. She smiled. Let's not talk about me. Why are you in the mood to stroll around today? The smile in Xia Dong's eyes gradually faded. She hugged her and said, Yezi, actually, I'm here today to seek comfort. What happened? Yisiki patted her on the back. Xia Dong told her everything that had happened yesterday. It took her a while to react. She sighed and said, Mikakito has loved you for 5 years. Now that you're married, it's inevitable that he'll be sad. Maybe he'll get better after some time. As for your Bailey Han, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted to talk to you. I'm fine now. Everything is fine. Xia Dong let go of her and grinned. She felt much better after saying it out loud. She was filled with courage, the courage to face the future. Yi Siki teased her, that's good. You're a cockroach that won't die. They strolled around the park, had lunch together, and went to watch a comedy movie. The two of them laughed so hard in the dark that tears rolled down their cheeks. After leaving the movie theater, they said goodbye and went back to their respective homes. Yi Siki received a call from Lin Shihao. He said that there was a last-minute surgery at the hospital and that he had to rush to the hospital. He would also be back a little late. After dinner, Lin Shihao still hadn't returned. Yi Siki took the clothes he had changed out of in the morning and was about to put them in the washing machine to wash. However, she found a long strand of hair on his jacket. This strand of hair was definitely not hers. Her hair wasn't that long. Her heart clenched. Her fingers trembled as she checked the rest of his clothes. She saw a bright lipstick mark on the back of his white shirt. Her heart almost stopped beating. She suddenly remembered what Xia Dong had said. Lin Shihao was with Bai Meiwei last night and they were both drunk. Could something have happened? No, that was impossible. Old Lin wouldn't lie to her. But how could she explain the hair and lipstick mark on his shirt? Yi Siki's hands and feet turned cold. Her legs went weak as she sat on the cold floor in a daze. She didn't even seem to hear her daughter running over to call her. Nyo Nyo pushed her arm in fear. Mommy, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Siki's mind went blank. Her eyes lost their light as she stared at the shirt in her hands. The bright lipstick mark was like a bloodstain that flowed deeply into her heart. Mommy, what's wrong? Nyo Nyo called out for a long time, but her mommy didn't respond. She was so scared that she started crying. Her cries pierced Yi Siki's eardrums like needles. She suddenly came back to her senses and hugged her crying daughter. Nyo Nyo, what's wrong? Mommy, you were so scary just now. You didn't move at all. No matter how I called you, you didn't respond. Boo-hoo. It's okay. Mommy is fine. Nyo Nyo, don't be afraid. Yi Siki hugged her daughter's small body tightly. She suppressed her uneasiness and coaxed her daughter to sleep. Then she changed her clothes, grabbed her handbag, and hurried out. She didn't know why she had to go to the hospital, but she just couldn't control her legs. She wanted to go to the hospital to have a look. The sound of her footsteps was particularly clear in the empty hospital corridor. She ran all the way to the door of the gynecology department. She bent over and held her knees with both hands as she gasped for breath. The lights in the operating room were still on. The operation wasn't over yet. Yi Siki planned to go to the washroom to tidy herself up. She was sweating profusely and looked a little disheveled. When she came out of the washroom, the lights in the operating room were already off. The nurse had already pushed the patient into the ward, and Lin Shihao was nowhere to be seen. She stood in front of his office door. Like a thief, she secretly opened the door a crack. Through the crack, Yi Siki saw Lin Shihao standing with a woman in a white coat. The woman's back was facing the door, so Yi Siki couldn't see clearly who it was. But from her voice, Yi Siki could tell that she was Bai Meiwei. Bai Meiwei said gently, "Senior, sister-in-law didn't suspect anything, did she?" Lin Shihao was silent for a moment before he said, "No. Meiwei. I should go back now." Bai Meiwei grabbed his wrist and said, "Senior, can you take me home? I'm still feeling a little unwell." Lin Shihao blushed and pulled her hand away from his wrist. "Okay, I'll take you home." He walked over to the clothes rack. He was probably going to change his clothes. Yisiki, who was outside the door, was confused. Suspicion. What did Bai Meiwei mean by suspicion? Could she be referring to that strand of hair and the lipstick mark? Did they really do something to let her down? The footsteps were getting closer and closer to the door. She quickly hid behind the trash can. Lin Shihao and Bai Meiwei walked out of the office one after another. They didn't look back, so they didn't see Yisiki hiding behind the trash can. Yisiki followed them from a distance. She hid behind the stone pillar and watched as they got into the same car. Bai Meiwei was laughing and saying something. She took out her phone with trembling hands and dialed Lin Shihao's number. She saw him pick up the phone. "Hubby, are you coming back soon?" She tried her best to make her voice sound calm. Lin Shihao paused and said, "The surgery just ended. I still have to check on the patient's condition, so I'll be back a little late. You and Nyonyo should sleep first." "Okay, I got it." She didn't even say goodbye and hung up the phone in a hurry. Tears streamed down her face. In the past, Lin Shihao would tell her the truth no matter who he was with, even if it was a woman. He would never lie to her. Now, he was clearly with Bai Meiwei, but he lied to her that he was still working. This meant that he had a guilty conscience. It was very likely that he had done something to let her down. The car sped away. Yisiki leaned against the stone pillar with tears streaming down her face. Her heart was about to break. She didn't know how she got home. When she opened the door, the room was pitch black. Lin Shihao hadn't returned yet. She locked herself in the bathroom, turned on the tap, and cried bitterly. When she came out of the bathroom, her eyes were red and swollen. Her tears had dried up. She hugged her legs and sat on the bed, not knowing what to do. She should ask clearly whether it had happened or not, right? But if it had really happened and it was completely exposed, what should she do? Divorce him. From dating to marriage, she had loved this man for 8 whole years. How difficult would it be to divorce him? And what about Nyonyo? Her mind was in a mess. Perhaps she should just pretend that nothing had happened. When Lin Shihao came back, it was already 1 in the morning. When Yisiki heard him open the door, she pretended to be asleep and turned with her back to the door. After he finished showering, he quietly climbed into bed. If it was in the past, he would have pulled her into his arms and hugged her to sleep. But this time, he didn't. Yisiki felt that her back was empty. It was only September, but it was bone-chillingly cold. The next morning, Yisiki specially wore a new dress that she had bought a few days ago and put on light makeup. When she sent Lin Shihao and Nyonyo out, she smiled brightly and waved her hand to ask him to drive carefully. Lin Shihao was full of guilt towards her. His eyes flickered as he hurriedly said goodbye and carried Nyonyo into the car. Nyonyo's mother, you went downstairs to send Nyonyo's father to work again. You two are really loving. The neighbor upstairs saw Yisiki and laughed teasingly. Yisiki forced a smile and said, "No, Sis Wu, don't laugh at me." Sis Wu smiled and said, "You're wearing a new dress today and even put on makeup. Siki, you look really beautiful when you're dressed up. You should dress up more. You look so good now. You'll charm everyone when you go out." Yisiki's heart sank. So, unknowingly, she had already become a haggard old woman. Her smile became even more forced. Even Sis Wu could tell that she had specially dressed up today. But old Lin didn't have any reaction. He wasn't like this in the past. Did he not love her anymore? After going upstairs and thinking for a long time, she couldn't help but ask for Xiaodong's opinion. At this moment, Xiaodong was sitting in the car and sending Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao to kindergarten. When she received a call from Yisiki, she smiled and said, "Yezi, what's the matter?" Attention, Shinwu 799. Chapter 203. Is it convenient for you to take the call now? I'm in the car. I'm taking the kids to kindergarten. What's up? Yisiki paused for a moment. Call me when you're free. I'll wait for your call. Oh, okay. Xiaodong had never heard her so depressed before. She had a bad feeling about this. 10 minutes later, Xiaodong took the kids to kindergarten. She found a quiet spot in the school and sat under the shade of a tree to call Yisiki. Yisiki sounded depressed. Xia, I suspect that old Lin is having an affair. Xiaodong had actually been worried about this for a long time. When she heard what Yisiki said, she was not shocked. Instead, she was very calm. Yezi, we all know what kind of person old Lin is. Let's get to the bottom of this first. Maybe it's not what you think. Xia, I found a long strand of hair on his shirt. There was also a lipstick mark on the back of his shirt. Yisiki began to sob. Also, I followed him to the hospital last night and found out that he was very intimate with Bai Mei Wei. Xiaodong frowned. Wait, I think something is wrong. Why would there be a lipstick mark on his back? Yisiki cried even louder. Maybe she hugged him from behind and left it there. Xiaodong's heart ached as she said, Yezi, don't cry. How about this? Let's talk when we meet up. I'll go to your house right away. Xiaodong rushed over to Yisiki's house without stopping. Yisiki's eyes were red and swollen. Even though she had put on some light makeup, it could not hide the sadness on her face. Xiaodong's heart ached for her. Without another word, she hugged her tightly. Tell me first, what's going on? Yisiki told her in detail about Lin Shihao not coming home all night and how she found out about his whereabouts. After hearing this, Xiaodong frowned and asked, Old Lin said he was staying at the hospital director's house. Did you ask the director? No, do you know the dean's home phone number? Xiaodong decided to get to the bottom of this. Yisiki flipped through the phone book for a long time and found the director's home phone. Xiaodong gestured for her to call it. It was the headmaster's servant who answered the call. Yisiki asked a few simple questions and found out what had happened. Lin Shihao did not sleep at the headmaster's house that night, and Bai Mei Wei did not return home that night either. So, were they really together that night? Yisiki was on the verge of breaking down. Don't worry. Even if they are together, they might not have done anything wrong to you. Xiaodong hugged her and said, Yezi, listen to me. Stop guessing and ask old Lin directly. Let him tell you what happened that night. No, I don't dare. If they really, then what should I do? Tears welled up in her eyes as she grabbed Xiaodong's hand tightly. Xia, tell me. What should I do if he really cheated on me? Xiaodong's eyes were filled with tears as she clutched at Xiaodong's hand tightly. Yezi, calm down first. Look into my eyes. Xiaodong held onto her shoulders and said, Tell me, do you still love Lin Shihao? Do you love him? She sobbed and said, How could I not love him? I've loved him for 8 years. If he really cheated on you, are you willing to forgive him? Will you still be able to live with him? Xiaodong was asking Yisiki this question, but she was also asking herself. I don't know. I need to think about it. Yisiki and Lin Shihao were each other's first loves. They had never had any messy exes to ruin their relationship. They had been very happy all this time and had never met with any setbacks. She really didn't know if she could tolerate his betrayal. Yezi, let's not cry anymore. Let's go out for a walk and relax, okay? Yisiki wiped the tears from her face and said, okay, let's go out for a walk. If I stay at home, my thoughts will only run wild. The weather was good today. There was no scorching sun and a cool breeze blew. It was very comfortable walking on the streets. They drank coffee, went shopping, watched movies, and went to many places. Although Yisiki was smiling, Xiaodong could tell that her smile was forced. Xiaodong suggested, Siki, do you want me to go for a drink with you? No need. You're pregnant. Don't go to noisy places like bars. Besides, it's about time. You should go and pick up the children. I'm going to pick up Nyo too. Xiaodong smiled and said, okay then. I'll send you to Nyo's school first. Yisiki didn't stand on ceremony and agreed with a smile. Xiaodong sent her to the entrance of Nyo's primary school. She didn't say anything else as she was afraid of bringing up sad memories. She hugged her and said goodbye. She drove the car to the kindergarten and then picked up the children to go home. The living room was very lively. The whole family was there. Even Bailey Xiong and Bailey Han came back early from the company. They seemed to be discussing something. Xiao Bao ran in quickly and greeted the elders politely. He sat down next to his sister. Xiao Guai grinned as she took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. Xiao Yi walked in with Xiaodong and greeted the elders as well. He glanced at the seat next to Xiao Guai. Daddy was sitting on one side and Xiao Bao was sitting on the other. His pink cheeks puffed up. No wonder Xiao Bao ran so fast. He was trying to snatch the seat. He snorted and walked straight to Bailey Han's side. He lifted his little face and grinned, revealing his adorable little white teeth. Daddy, can you sit over there? You can sit with Mommy. He pointed to the empty sofa opposite him. Bailey Han smirked and patted his head. All right, I'll give this position to you. Thank you, Daddy. As soon as Bailey Han stood up, he sat down as if he was worried that someone would snatch the seat away from him. Brother Yi, it's embarrassing to snatch a seat from Daddy. Xiao Guai giggled and gestured with her soft little fingers on her face, making a bashful gesture. Xiao Yi's handsome little face blushed. He turned his head uncomfortably. I'm not snatching a seat. I'm creating an opportunity for Daddy and Mommy to be together. Xiao Bao came over and smiled mischievously. Gigai, don't believe him. He's lying. Xiao Yi glared fiercely at Xiao Bao. He put his face in front of Xiao Guai and whined, Gigai, I have sweat on my face too. Oh, okay. Brother Yi, I'll help you wipe it off. Xiao Guai took out her handkerchief and wiped his sweat earnestly. The family couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi were fighting over Xiao Guai. Ever since the family had 3 Xiao Bao, there was a lot more laughter in the house. The old madam's eyes were smiling. She looked away from the children and focused on Xiaodong. Xiaodong, our family is gathered here today to discuss your wedding with Ahan. Ahan wants to set the wedding for next week. What do you think? Xiaodong looked at Bailey Han in surprise. Seeing his smile, she was touched, but she looked at the old madam worriedly. Grandma, is it really appropriate to rush the wedding? The old madam knew what Xiaodong was worried about. She had tried to persuade Bailey Han to postpone the wedding, but he disagreed and insisted on holding it as soon as possible. The old madam smiled. Our whole family has agreed. It's up to you now. Xiaodong was very worried. She was afraid that a sudden wedding would upset Bailey Han. Bailey Han suddenly grabbed her hand and stared at her with his dark eyes. Xia Xia, what are you worried about? No, I'm not. Then why don't you agree to hold the wedding? He tightened his grip on her hand. Mikakita was back. He felt a sense of crisis. He had to announce to the world that Xia Dong was his wife as soon as possible. It's not that I don't agree. She didn't know how to say it. You're just starting to hesitate. Do you regret marrying me? His voice turned cold. She quickly said, I don't. I've never regretted marrying you. Han, don't be agitated. Then let's hold the wedding. He held her shoulders and announced domineeringly. Okay. She had no way to disobey him. The whole family happily decided which church to hold the wedding in, which hotel to hold the banquet in, and even where to go for the honeymoon. They all started a heated discussion. The three little guys were not willing to be left out. They ran over and looked at the pictures of the scenery on the computer screen. From time to time, they interrupted and expressed their opinions in a childish voice. Everyone looked very happy. Xia Dong felt that it was unreal. When did Bailey's family acknowledge and accept her? Sister-in-law, don't just stand there. You're the female lead of the wedding. You must express your opinion. Bailey called out to her with a smile. Sister-in-law. Xia Dong looked at Bailey Jing in astonishment. She smiled happily and winked mischievously. Ever since Xiao Yi hacked into the church's surveillance camera last night and found out that Su Xingchen wasn't injured by Xia Dong, she accepted Xia Dong in her heart. She even persuaded Bai Jinxiu to accept Xia Dong. Sister-in-law. Come and take a look. Oh, okay. Xia Dong still felt a little confused. These pictures were all created by Bailey Jing. She specially searched for the world's famous scenic spots on the internet and created a PowerPoint presentation. Beautiful pictures of the scenery slid past her eyes. Xia Dong gradually integrated into their atmosphere. She listened to their discussion and occasionally gave a few opinions. In the end, everyone voted and decided on the church and hotel. Since Xia Dong was pregnant and it wasn't suitable for her to run around, they decided to have their honeymoon in Greece. Bailey Han came out of the shower and found Xia Dong hugging her knees and sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He dried his hair and walked to her side. He sat down and said softly, Honey, what are you thinking about? She turned back and smiled. Nothing, I'm in a daze. You've been in a daze enough times today. He hugged her waist and laughed lightly. Who asked you to suddenly attack me? It would be strange if I wasn't surprised. She leaned comfortably in his arms and naturally wrapped her arms around his waist. She seemed to like being close to him more and more. Welfare, Xinwu 799. Chapter 204. Bailey Han gently stroked her long hair. You look a little unhappy. Is there something on your mind? Xia Dong's body stiffened. She chuckled and said, I was too happy. I didn't expect you to hold a wedding. Silly. Bailey Han kissed her cheek and said gently, I want to marry you before the child is born. I want the baby to know that I'm his daddy. I also want to announce to the world that you're my wife so that they won't dare to have any ideas about you. Xia Dong hugged him tightly. She had to admit that at this moment, she was touched by his words. Bailey Han's hands tightened around her. He lowered his head and kissed her neck. Gradually, he moved up to her ear and whispered hoarsely, Wife, I want you. He sucked on her earlobe and gently licked it. Xia Dong's face heated up and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. I am pregnant. I know. He kissed her gently. His hot hand reached into her waist. We can sleep together when you're 3 months pregnant. Also, I'll be very careful. He lifted her head. Her blushing face turned even redder under his scorching gaze. He kissed her lips and whispered stubbornly, "Wife, I want you." From the time they registered their marriage until now, even if they slept on the same bed, nothing had happened. Every night, he hugged her soft and fragrant body to sleep. One could imagine the torture he had endured. He had endured for a long time. She had no reason to reject him. She shyly lowered her eyes and put her hands around his neck. She used her actions to express her intentions. The corners of Bailey Hahn's lips curled up. He carried her from the ground to the bed and kissed her lips with his slightly cold lips. The kiss was soft and gentle, imprisoning her in his arms. She didn't know when, but his hands had already taken off her pajamas. Her half-naked shoulders were smooth and white, and they shone charmingly under the light. She leaned against his broad chest, her hands unconsciously grabbing onto his robe. His voice was low and husky with a bewitching sexiness. "Wife, help me take off my clothes." She reached out with trembling fingers and tugged at the belt of his bathrobe. With a gentle tug, his firm chest entered her line of sight. His figure was very good. His muscles were well-defined and there wasn't a single piece of fat. His hands kneaded her softness, and his lips and tongue wandered over her neck, earlobe, and collarbone. His movements were gentle, and a flame gradually ignited in her body. Her hands could not help but hook around his neck. The gentler his movements were, the more vigorous the flame in her body burned. A sense of emptiness and eagerness wrapped around her. Xia Dong wanted to cry. Could she run away now? The answer was obviously no. Xia Dong overcame the shame in her heart. Her movements were extremely slow. Bit by bit, it was a form of torture. He gritted his teeth and endured it, going along with her rhythm. Half an hour later. "Hubby, I can't take it anymore, not yet." "Wait a little longer." Another half an hour later. Huff. Huff. She was so tired that she had fallen asleep. Bailey Hahn's face darkened. The little woman in his arms had actually fallen asleep. It turned out that he was very capable and annoying. He felt so defeated. In the dream, someone's arm unconsciously hit him, and with a "paw" sound, it landed on his bare chest. His eyes gradually overflowed with a smile, and he tightly held her in his arms. This cute little woman was his wife, the person he would protect for the rest of his life. Lin Shihao returned late again. He had just finished a 3-hour operation. When he opened the door, he looked exhausted. He saw Yi Siki curled up on the sofa with her head down and hugging her knees. She looked so small and lonely. He quickly walked over and sat beside her. He put his arm around her shoulders and asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Yi Siki looked up. Her eyes were a little red. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Hubby, you're back. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Shihao touched her forehead. "I'm fine." She pulled his hand down and said in a low voice, "Hubby, I want to ask you a question." After parting ways with Xia Dong in the evening, she thought about a lot of things on the way back. In the end, she decided to ask him clearly. She didn't want to be confused, worried, and in pain anymore. He held her hand tightly. He was a little nervous, but there was a gentle smile on his face. "What do you want to ask?" Her eyes were unfocused as she stared at a spot on the coffee table. She asked calmly, "Did something happen that night when you attended the seminar with Bai Meiwei?" His heart skipped a beat. His smile froze. After a while, he asked, "Honey, what do you mean by that?" Her expression was still calm. "I asked Bai Meiwei about it." She said that you didn't stay overnight at Bai Meiwei's house that night, and Bai Meiwei didn't go back either. If something really happened, I want to know the truth. His throat felt as though it was stuffed with cotton. He couldn't say a word. Her voice was so calm as she recounted slowly, I found a long strand of hair on your clothes. I also found a lipstick mark on your shirt. Don't you want to explain? Honey, listen to me. Lin Shihao, who didn't change his expression in the face of death, suddenly panicked. His hands held Yisiki's shoulders tightly as he said agitatedly and guiltily, Honey, I was drunk that night. I mistook Bai Meiwei for you. Honey, please forgive me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Her heart seemed to have stopped beating. At that moment, she couldn't even feel any pain. She was like a puppet being shaken by his hands. Her gaze was unfocused as she stared at his face in a daze. However, she couldn't see the expression on his face clearly. Honey, what happened to you? Don't scare me. She instantly lost her life under his hands. He shook her shoulders in fear. Honey, come back to your senses. Don't scare me. Her gaze finally focused and regained a trace of clarity. She grinned and revealed a bleak smile. Honey, what do you want to do? Do you want to be responsible for her? No, Siki. I told Meiwei that it was just a misunderstanding. Let's pretend that nothing happened. Lin Shihao hugged her tightly, his fingers trembling. She had really scared him just now. Nothing had happened. It was easy to say, but all the damage had been done. Even if he was drunk, even if he didn't do it on purpose, his adultery had left a very deep wound in her heart. It was possible that she wouldn't be able to fill it in this lifetime. Honey, let's start over, okay? He held her face, his eyes uneasy and his tone full of pleading. This wasn't the Lin Shihao she knew. The Lin Shihao she knew was proud and complacent. Her already scarred heart couldn't help but ache for him. Honey, let's start over for Nyo-Nyo, okay? He held her hand very tightly, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly pull away and leave. Her heart ached even more. She reached out her left hand and caressed his handsome face. After a long while, she spat out a word. Okay. Honey, I promise that this will never happen again. I will go home early and love you well. He suddenly pulled her into his arms. His voice was low and hoarse, and broken tears fell from his eyes. She leaned on his chest, tears rolling down her face. Although she had decided to forgive him and start over, Yisiki still had a knot in her heart. When they were sleeping at night, Lin Shihao wanted to hug her in his arms, just like he had done for the past 7 years. However, she subconsciously reached out her hand to block him. By the time she reacted, a hurt expression had already appeared in his eyes. She smiled stiffly and took the initiative to lean against him. She reached out her hands and hugged his waist, leaning into his embrace. She tried to cover up her subconscious feelings of resistance, but unfortunately, her stiff posture and body told her everything. Lin Shihao's heart ached and he felt guilty. He could only hug her tightly and try to heal all the scars with time. Powerful novel, Shinwu 799. Chapter 205. As soon as the news of Bailey's eldest son's grand wedding was released, the media was in an uproar again. But this time, they were not targeting Bailey Han and Xia Dong. Instead, they were focusing on Su Yunqian and Mika Kito. The two of them were considered abandoned, so the media was more concerned about their attitude towards the wedding. Su Yunqian was still dreaming of making Bailey Han change his mind. She did not expect that after 3 days, Bailey Han and Xia Dong would be holding a wedding. She was so angry that she could not care less about her image in front of the servants. She smashed everything in the room that she could. But once she was in a public place, she returned to her indifferent and elegant appearance. She was high above the masses and above the common populace, as if she had never been abandoned. As for Mikakito, he was very secretive. It was impossible for the media to take photos of him. However, the employees of Bo Ao Group were unlucky. They acted like they were walking on thin ice. They did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the evil god Mikakito. Lu Xing and Jiang Dao were the first to bear the brunt of Mikakito's cold face. The only thing they could do was to not mention anything about Xia Dong in front of him. Once, there was an insensible little brother who said, "This summer is really hot." As a result, Beitangshan sent a sharp glare over and that little brother was immediately carried out by two of his subordinates. That painful wail caused everyone to tremble with fear. "Boss, someone is causing trouble at the East District skyscraper. They killed two of our underlings." Jiang Dao had something to report. He bent over and tried his best to avoid Beitangshan's gaze. Mikakito's voice was cold. "Do you still need to report this to me?" Jiang Dao was sweating profusely. "We caught the troublemaker. He is an assassin." Suzaku said she saw him at the Godfather's place. Mikakito's eyes narrowed. "What did the assassin say?" "The assassin was killed before he could say anything. I suspect that it has something to do with Godfather." Mikakito tapped her slender fingers on the table. "Why is Godfather targeting us?" "It might be because of the matter between Suzaku and White Tiger." "Didn't Suzaku and White Tiger sell him out?" Mikakito waved her hand. "Don't jump to conclusions. Investigate the killer's background carefully. Also, investigate the Godfather's background." "Boss, the negotiation with Henglong Group is scheduled to be held at Skyscraper. Should we change the location?" "No need. Tell Guqian to be prepared. I don't want any more accidents to happen." "Understood." Night fell. As the red light district, the streets of the East District were brightly lit and bustling. High-end luxury cars were constantly coming and going. The women in the cars were undoubtedly beautiful. Two limited edition Maybachs slowly drove in, attracting the attention of many people on the street. The Maybach stopped at the entrance of the most luxurious entertainment club, Skyscraper. There were 2 rows of staff standing at the entrance of Skyscraper, ready to welcome the guests. The people in the first car got out first. 4 men in black suits stood beside the second car. Jiang Dao got out of the passenger seat of the second car and walked to the back seat with steady steps. He opened the door gracefully. "Boss." Mikakito stepped out of the car. His black suit accentuated his tall figure. His nose bridge was high, his thin lips were slightly pursed, and his sharp black eyes carried a dangerous message. The sound of footsteps could be heard as he walked toward the door. The staff on both sides immediately felt a strong oppressive aura. They all held their breaths and did not dare to breathe loudly. A graceful beauty in a cheongsam greeted him. She was the boss of Skyscraper, Guqian. She smiled heartily and said, "Boss, please come in." Mikakito was expressionless. He replied indifferently, Jiang Dao stepped forward slightly and whispered a few words in Guqian's ear. Guqian raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and then nodded. The 4 men in black behind Jiang Dao immediately rushed into Skyscraper. About 5 minutes later, the man in the lead came in front of Jiang Dao. He bowed respectfully and said in Japanese, "Hall Master, there are no suspicious people or surveillance devices inside." Jiang Dao nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Mikakito, waiting for his instructions. "Boss." Mikakito did not say anything and walked straight in. As Mikakito was decisive and ruthless, he had made many enemies in a city. Even though he was in his own territory, he had to be careful. Skyscraper was Yamaguchi-gumi's property. Outsiders did not know this. Mika Kito arranged for important negotiations to be held here because of this reason. Gu Qian followed beside him and said with a smile, "Boss, Sheng Wanbo is already in your VIP reception room." Mika Kito replied indifferently, Sheng Wanbo was the CEO of Henglong Group. He was 50 years old this year. Due to the financial crisis, his company was now in a state of loss. 2 days ago, he took the initiative to contact Mika Kito to discuss the acquisition of his company. "Brother Beitang, I've been waiting for a long time." Sheng Wanbo saw Mika Kito coming in. He stood up with a smile and stretched out his hands to greet him. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Mika Kito shook his hand politely. Sheng Wanbo smiled and said, "I've already prepared the contract. Brother Beitang, take a look and see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, we can sign the contract today." Mika Kito raised his hand and said indifferently, "Let's not talk about the contract in a hurry. I think the issue of the price still needs to be discussed." Sheng Wanbo was stunned. "Didn't we already set a purchase price of 1 billion? Mika Kito's gaze fell on him. His deep black eyes were like a black hole, as if they were going to suck everything in. His tone was calm, but there was a sense of authority that did not allow anyone to object. "The agreed price of 1 billion is only for enterprises that can operate normally. Yesterday, I sent someone to your company to ask around and found out that 2 of your factories are only empty shells. 2 of your stores have already been sold to outsiders. You didn't mention these things in detail when you were negotiating." Sheng Wanbo smiled awkwardly. "It's my fault for being careless." Mika Kito leaned back and said indifferently, "Given the current situation of your company, I can only invest 500 million. 500 million is too low. I can't agree." Sheng Wanbo gritted his teeth. 700 million. I can only invest 500 million. Any more than that would be a waste. Mika Kito had already found out that there was a serious problem with Henglong Group's capital chain. Otherwise, he would not have been so desperate and wanted to sell the ownership of the entire group. The 2 of them refused to give in to each other. Sheng Wanbo's expression turned ugly when the negotiation failed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have to go back and discuss this with the board of directors. 3 days. I'll only wait for 3 days." Mika Kito stood up and put his hands leisurely in his trouser pockets. His expression was as indifferent as ever. "Goodbye." Sheng Wanbo left the lounge first and got into his Audi. Less than 5 minutes after he left, Mika Kito also walked out of the lounge. Just as he walked towards the car door, something dangerous happened. More than a dozen assassins dressed in black and wearing masks suddenly appeared on the street. They all had 2 pistols in their hands and were shooting at Mika Kito. "Boss, be careful." There were only 2 cars left in front of them. Everyone hid behind the cars. Screams filled the street. All kinds of men and women scattered in fear. Soon, only Mika Kito's men and the crazy assassins were left. Jiang Dao quickly took out his pistol and shot at the assassins. "Boss, we'll cover you. You take the opportunity to retreat into the lounge." Mika Kito's hawk-like eyes scanned the surroundings and said coldly, "It's too late. Get in the car." The assassins had already surrounded them from behind. Their only escape route was the car. The bodyguard behind Mika Kito had already been shot. He urged Mika Kito and the rest to leave quickly in Japanese. He clutched his chest and managed to hit 2 assassins. Then he fell to the ground and died on the spot. Mika Kito glanced at his loyal men and ordered the rest to retreat. He quickly jumped into the car. The bulletproof glass temporarily blocked the bullets and the car sped off. The assassins also got into the car and chased after them. Soon, Baitangshan's 2 cars arrived at a deserted street. The atmosphere here was a little strange, and it was abnormally quiet. Mikakito's heart skipped a beat and realized something was wrong. He turned the steering wheel and wanted to drive the car in another direction. Suddenly, a familiar Audi sped from that direction. He had no time to think and rushed towards the Audi. The moment he brushed past the car, the Audi suddenly swerved and blocked the middle of the road. Baitangshan slammed on the brakes, but he still hit the car. The huge impact made the people in the car suddenly fall forward. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Jiang Dao rolled up the car window and shouted at the Audi. "The car in front, get out of the way." Baitangshan saw the driver of the Audi raise his hand and pressed Jiang Dao down. The two of them lowered their heads together. Bang! A gunshot was heard. The bulletproof glass was almost shot through. The bullet was only 0.1 millimeters away from entering the car. Jiang Dao's heart skipped a beat. "Boss, that looks like Sheng Wanbo's car." Mikakito said coldly, "That's right. We have fallen into a trap. Quickly inform our brothers at the headquarters to come to our rescue." The car behind them would catch up in 2 minutes. They had to leave this place quickly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the empty street, followed by intense gunfire. The Maybach's tires were shot and could no longer start. Mikakito and the rest had to sneak out of the car from another direction. They retreated into the alley while defending themselves. From the gunfire, there were at least 15 people on the other side. On their side, there were only 5 survivors. There was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. It was only a matter of time before they could not defend themselves. Suzaku did not expect to receive Jiang Dao's distress signal at this time. Moreover, the location of the incident was very close to where she was now. Attention, Shinwu 799. Chapter 206. Suzaku knew that Mikakito was going to have a business meeting tonight, but she did not know the exact location. He would not let her know about such confidential information for the time being. She did not have a mission tonight, so she came out to relax. She went to the bar to have a few drinks, but as soon as she walked out of the bar, she received Jiang Dao's distress signal. It was 5 kilometers away from her current location. Should she go or not? Anyway, that person was so strong. If she did not go, he would not die. She'd better go home and have a beauty sleep. Suzaku got into her car and drove in the opposite direction. However, after driving for a few hundred meters, she received another distress signal. It seemed that things were getting serious. Otherwise, Jiang Dao would not have sent the signal twice. Her cold face was expressionless. Suddenly, she frowned, turned the car around and sped towards the location of the accident. Under the dim street lights, a red sports car sped towards her. When Suzaku arrived at the scene, it was a mess. Several cars were abandoned. Mikakito's Maybach had collided with an Audi. The front of the car was dented, and there were several bloody bodies on the ground. There were no traces of living people. She frowned and looked sharply at the alley next to her. She could hear gunshots from time to time. It seemed that Mikakito and the rest were trapped inside. She did not chase them directly. Instead, she found an entrance from another direction. She held the gun in her right hand and walked in cautiously. It was dark here, and there was a strong stench from the garbage. She frowned in disgust but did not stop. Suddenly, she kicked something and a hand grabbed her ankle. She glanced at the person at her feet coldly and aimed her gun at him. Cough, cough. It's me. The man lying on the ground lowered his voice and gasped for breath. Suzaku, the boss is in front. Go and help him. It was Jiang Dao. It sounded like he was seriously injured. Suzaku put away her gun and dragged him behind the garbage. Stay here and don't move. Suzaku walked in the alley step by step under the faint starlight. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. She quickly squatted down and hid behind a pile of garbage. Two people's voices came from the direction she came from. As the alley was very quiet, their voices were particularly clear. Did you find him? Not yet. Continue. Damn it. Jiang Dao was only 10 meters away from where they were talking. If they went a little further, they would find him. Vermilion Bird frowned and raised her pistol, intending to get rid of the two first. She placed her finger on the trigger and aimed at the target. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly covered her mouth. The thick smell of blood and the unique scent of a man rushed into her nose. A low and weak voice sounded in her ear. Don't act rashly. Seeing that it was Beitang Xin, she was pleasantly surprised. The sound of a gunshot would definitely attract other killers. But if she didn't shoot, Jiang Dao would be discovered. A hand slid towards her calf. His palm was sticky and might be bloodstains. Suzaku didn't know what he wanted to do. She frowned and was about to make a move. Unexpectedly, his hand pulled out the dagger she had hidden in her leather boot. He put the dagger in her hand and replaced the gun. He lowered his voice and said, "You're in charge of the one on the left." She nodded slightly. He took his hand away from her mouth. The two of them walked side by side and got closer to Jiang Dao. Suzaku held the dagger tightly. Her eyes flashed and the dagger was already stabbing towards the heart of the person on the left. At the same time, another dagger brushed past her right. With a whistling sound, it pierced towards the heart of the person on the right. With two loud bangs, the two men fell to the ground without even making a sound. There are 5 people left. Mikakito was almost whispering into her ear. When he breathed, his warm breath brushed past her earlobe. She felt a little uncomfortable. She lowered her voice. What about us? The 3 of us. His words were concise and to the point. Suzaku understood what he meant. The only people left alive were Jiang Dao, and herself. His clothes were soaked in liquid, and through his clothes, it seeped onto her body. The strong smell of blood assailed her nose. She frowned. You're injured. Can you walk? Yes. He breathed heavily. Take the back. Take Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao's injuries were worse than Mikakito's. When they reached him, he was already unconscious. Blood kept flowing out of his chest. Suzaku didn't say a word. She bent down and carried Jiang Dao on her back. She said in a low voice, "My car is parked at the entrance in front. Can you hold on?" Mikakito grunted in a nasal voice. He followed behind her with heavy steps. Blood flowed down his fingers and dripped onto the ground. As they walked, the blood flowed along the road. When they arrived at the parking lot, someone ran out of the alley. Vermilion Bird supported Jiang Dao with one hand and raised the gun with the other to aim. With a bang, the man was killed. Quick, they're in front. Suddenly, there was a scream. Another battle was about to begin. Suzaku threw Jiang Dao into the back seat. She hid behind Maybach and shot at the enemy. She said calmly, "Mikakito, you go first." Mikakito's gun had run out of bullets. He took the gun out of Jiang Dao's arms and said coldly, "I'll never leave a woman behind and run for my life." At this moment, 2 cars sped towards them. As they drove, the people inside fired at the killers. Their men had arrived. Their firepower was reversed, and they quickly eliminated the remaining 4 assassins. One of Mikakito's men rushed over and supported him. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Beitangshan clutched his chest as fresh blood gushed out once again. He whispered a few words to his subordinates before his breathing became heavy as if he was about to suffocate. "Stop talking. Call the doctor." Suzaku jumped into the car and started the engine. Mikakito sat in the back seat and soon lost consciousness. They rushed back to Mikakito's villa. The doctor had already received the news and was ready for the operation. Several of his men carried the unconscious Mikakito and Jiang Dao into the operating room. 2 doctors operated on them at the same time. 2 hours later, the operation was over. The doctor said that the operation was a success. Mikakito and Jiang Dao were out of danger. Jiang Dao was shot 3 times. One of the bullets pierced his lung by 1 centimeter. Mikakito was shot twice. His chest and back were injured. Fortunately, his vital organs were not injured. After the operation, Suzaku did not need to stay. She greeted him coldly and was about to leave when one of his men ran over and said, "Suzaku, boss is awake. He has something to tell you." Suzaku raised her eyebrows. This man was really strong. He woke up so quickly even though he was severely injured. Mikakito was lying on the bed. His face was pale, but it did not affect his handsomeness. His eyes were as sharp and gloomy as usual. He had a high nose bridge and was as handsome as a god. When he saw her enter, his thin lips moved and his voice was hoarse. "Thank you for today." Suzaku did not expect him to thank her. She was stunned. She smiled and said calmly, "You're too polite. It's only right that I work for you." There was no emotion in his deep eyes. "I asked someone to take down the faces of those killers. Take a look and see if you know them." "Okay. Have a good rest." Suzaku really admired him. Even though he was injured, he was still so meticulous. He had arranged everything so neatly. Lu Xing brought the vermilion bird to a room and took out a stack of photos for her. She explained, "These are the photos that the boss ordered his men to take. These are the appearances of the assassins." He deliberately pulled out a photo from the stack of photos and placed it in front of Vermilion Bird. "This man disguised himself as Shengwanbo tonight and set up this trap," he said. It turned out that the Shengwanbo who negotiated with Mikakito was not the real Shengwanbo, but an assassin in disguise. They ambushed Mikakito on the street and forced Mikakito to drive away. Then, the fake Shengwanbo intercepted them. If Suzaku had not arrived in time, it was hard to predict what would have happened. The person in the photo was already dead. His eyes were closed and the blood on his face had probably been wiped clean by the man who took the photo. Suzaku carefully identified it for a while and said, "I've seen this person before at Godfather's bar." She picked up the rest of the photos and carefully identified them one by one. These people were all unfamiliar and she did not recognize any of them. She thought for a while and said, "White Tiger has more connections than me. Lu Xing, I suggest you send these photos to Japan and let White Tiger recognize them." Lu Xing nodded expressionlessly and immediately got someone to fax all the photos to Japan for White Tiger to recognize. Suzaku stretched and wanted to leave. Lu Xing stretched out his right arm and stopped her. He said indifferently, "Suzaku, you'll stay here tonight." She was surprised. "Why?" "Boss instructed me." Lu Xing thought for a while and said seriously, "It's so late. Maybe boss is worried that it's not safe for you to go home." Suzaku's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. "Lu Xing, don't guess what boss means. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who's not safe? If anyone dared to do anything to her, it would be strange if she did not skin them alive. Lu Xing looked her up and down. She was wearing a black leather skirt and a pair of black leather boots. She was sexy and charming. If she walked out, she would definitely attract bees and butterflies. He said indifferently, "It's not safe." Suzaku rolled her eyes. The men in Yamaguchi-gumi were all chauvinistic. Even though they were all assassins, they still showed their distrust of a woman's strength from time to time. Did they really think that she was the kind of delicate miss who could not even trust a chicken? She patted his shoulder. "I appreciate boss's good intentions. It's still more comfortable to sleep in my own bed. I'll go back first. You should rest early too." Awesome novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 207. Mikakito's physical fitness was very good, and his willpower was strong. The next day, he insisted on getting out of bed. Jiang Dao was a little unluckier than him. Because his injuries were more serious than his, he had to lie in bed for a few days to recuperate. In this assassination attempt, the Senku group had sacrificed 5 of their subordinates. This could be said to have angered Beitangshin. His entire body was emitting a ruthless aura as he issued a death order to find out who the mastermind was. A second ago, Beitangshin's entire body was still emitting cold air. In the next moment, he received a phone call, and the corners of his lips immediately hooked up into a warm smile. Lu Xing, Vermilion Bird, and the others very tactfully retreated quietly. It was definitely a call from one of the 2 little fellows. They guessed right. The call was from Xiao Guai. Her soft and tender voice reached Mikakito's ear. "Uncle Shin, when are you coming back? I miss you so much." Mikakito looked at the wounds on his body and smiled bitterly. "Gigai, Uncle Shin will be back in a few days." "Oh." Xiao Guai's disappointed voice dragged out. "Then, Uncle Shin, we've already moved. Will you still come to see me?" "Yes, Uncle Shin will definitely come to see you. Uncle Shin, Mommy and Daddy are getting married. They're going to Greece for their honeymoon. I want to go with Uncle Shin." Mikakito clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were deep and cold. He didn't want to know anything related to her. However, in the face of the naive Xiao Guai, he couldn't lose his temper. He tried his best to say in a gentle tone, "Okay, when Gigai grows up, Uncle Shin will take you wherever you want to go." "Really?" Xiao Guai smiled happily. "Then let's pinky swear." "Uncle Shin, you're not allowed to be a scalper." "Okay, let's pinky swear." "Ah, Uncle Shin, someone's knocking on the door. I have to hang up. Bye." Xiao Guai hurriedly hung up the phone. She thought it was one of the servants, but she didn't expect it to be Xiao Bao. Xiao Guai patted her chest and stuck out her tongue cutely. "Brother, you scared me to death. Gigai, did you do something bad? Otherwise, why would you be afraid?" Xiao Bao snickered and sat beside Xiao Guai. "I didn't." Xiao Guai pouted, her big eyes blinking. "I missed Uncle Shin, so I called him secretly." Xiao Bao blinked. "I guessed it a long time ago. You're still holding the phone in your arms. You must have just hung up. What did Uncle Shin say?" Xiao Guai said honestly, "Uncle Shin said that he would only be back in a few days." Xiao Bao blinked. He had already known from the newspaper that Uncle Shin had returned to China. Only the silly girl was still in the dark. Forget it, it was better not to tell her the truth, lest she be sad. There was news from Japan. After White Tiger identified the photo, he confirmed that the man who had disguised himself as Sheng Wanbo was a killer who had a good relationship with his godfather. His nickname was Scorpion. As for the other dozen or so people, the White Tiger recognized two of them. They had both made deals with his godfather before. Suzaku's eyes darkened. It seems that this case was handled by his godfather. The employer paid a high price to arrange so many killers to complete the task at once. Mikakito glanced at her coldly with displeasure. He was about to be hacked to death, but she cared about how much the employer paid. Suzaku naturally felt the murderous aura from him. She smiled and said lightly, "Boss, how many people know that you had a business deal with Shangwanbo in Earthly Paradise?" Mikakito also thought of this. From his point of view, only Jiang Dao, as his assistant, knew who he was doing business with and where. He would never betray him. Then, if the news was leaked, the problem must be with Shangwanbo. Suzaku, contact Shangwanbo. I want to meet him as soon as possible. Now that Jiang Dao was injured and recuperating, Suzaku had temporarily replaced Jiang Dao and was promoted to his assistant. Suzaku glanced at the injuries on his body and said lightly, "The doctor asked you to rest quietly." He frowned. "I know my own body. I don't need to rest quietly." "Okay then, I said too much." She shrugged with an indifferent expression. Suzaku went out and dialed the number of Shangwanbo's secretary. When she heard that Mikakito wanted to meet their president, the secretary apologized profusely and said that their president did not come to the office this morning. Then she gave Suzaku a cell phone number and said that it was Shangwanbo's private number. Suzaku then called Shangwanbo's cell phone. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Finally, the call was transferred to the landline of Shangwanbo's main residence. The servant said that their master had not come home since yesterday and that their wife had called the police. Suzaku frowned and reported Shangwanbo's situation to Mikakito. Something must have happened to Shangwanbo. Mikakito's slender fingers tapped on the table and analyzed calmly. The Audi that the killer drove here is Shangwanbo's car. It's very likely that he kidnapped Shangwanbo. It's said that the police haven't found Shangwanbo's whereabouts yet. I'm guessing that he has been killed. Mikakito said in a low voice, "The other party thinks that we won't be able to find any clues once Shangwanbo is dead. Then they underestimate me, Mikakito. Suzaku, send someone to investigate the people who have been in contact with Shangwanbo these 2 days." Understood. In the afternoon, news came from the police station that Shangwanbo's body had been fished out of the river. There were strangulation marks on his neck, and he had died of suffocation. The time of death was estimated to be between 7 and 9 o'clock last night. This was the time when Shangwanbo drove to Earthly Paradise. It seemed that the killer had already known the time and place of the negotiation between Shangwanbo and Mikakito, and had killed Shangwanbo on his way to the negotiation. After dumping his body, the killer had disguised himself as Shangwanbo and lured Mikakito into a trap. Suzaku took advantage of her advantage as a woman and pretended to be a policewoman. She went to Shangwanbo's house to investigate the situation and try to find out information related to the killer. Suzaku pushed the flat glasses on the bridge of her nose and said seriously, "Mrs. Shangwan, please carefully recall who Mr. Shangwan had a feud with when he was alive." Mrs. Shangwan covered her mouth and sobbed. "My husband had offended many people in the business world when he was alive, but those people didn't have to kill my husband over such a trivial matter, did they? Mrs. Shangwan, we can't let go of any clues. Please cooperate with us to find the real killer as soon as possible and comfort Mr. Shangwan's soul in heaven." Mrs. Shangwan stopped sobbing and carefully recalled more than a dozen names, all of which were people who had disputes with Shangwanbo. Suzaku asked, "Mrs. Shangwan, did Mr. Shangwan do anything special in the past few days?" Mrs. Shangwan thought carefully and said, "My husband has been in a bad mood for the past 2 months because of the company's asset crisis. About 3 or 4 days ago, he suddenly came home in high spirits, saying that he had found a way to solve the company's crisis." Zhu Kei secretly speculated in her heart. 3 or 4 days ago, Shangguan Bo took the initiative to contact Beitang Shin and proposed to sell Henglong Group. Did he say what the solution was? Mrs. Shangguan shook her head. He rarely tells me about the company, but that night, I heard him talking to someone on the phone in the study. It seemed that he wanted to cooperate with the Boao Group, but I didn't hear the details clearly. Suzaku asked a few more questions and then got a copy of Shangguan Bo's call records from the phone company. After careful comparison, Mrs. Shangguan pointed out a time point. Suzaku checked the phone number of the call with Shangguan Bo at that time and finally found that the owner of this phone number was Shangguan Ao. Shangguan Ao is Shangguan Bo's younger brother. He's also the second young master of the Shangguan family who isn't well liked. It's said that he was the son of Master Shangguan and a bar girl. After he turned 18, he ran away from home and never contacted the Shangguan family again. Suzaku reported the information to Mikikito. The night before Shangguan Bo decided to sell Henglong Group, he talked to Shangguan Ao on the phone in the study. I suspect that Shangguan Ao suggested him to do so. According to Mrs. Shangguan, Shangguan Bo had been worried about it for a month or two. How could it be so coincidental that after Shangguan Bo came up with a solution, he called Shangguan Ao, whom he had not contacted for decades, and the two of them happily discussed the details of the cooperation plan. Suzaku continued, I checked Master Shangguan's will. The will said that all the shares of Henglong Group will be inherited by Shangguan Bo. If something happens to Shangguan Bo, then Shangguan Ao will inherit it. So, Shangguan Ao also has a motive. Mikikito's deep eyes stared at her without blinking. You suspect that Shangguan Ao killed two birds with one stone. He killed Shangguan Bo, took the family property, and led me into a trap. Suzaku nodded calmly. I have this suspicion, but what I don't understand is, when did you have a grudge with Shangguan Ao? Why did he want to harm you? Mikikito leaned back in the chair, exuding a domineering aura. Do you have a photo of Shangguan Ao? Unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. It seems that the Shangguan family doesn't just hate him. There isn't even a photo of him in the house. Mikikito flipped through the information about Shangguan Ao and pondered for a moment. Didn't he graduate from the National High School? If I remember correctly, every batch of graduates would take a group photo. Suzaku's eyes lit up, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a passionate light. This was indeed a good starting point. The National High School's archive room did indeed have the photos of that batch of graduates. Suzaku compared the names on the back of the photo with the small profile picture on the photo, and finally found Shangguan Ao's profile picture. He was a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. He was very handsome, but the expression on his face was unruly. Just by looking at his expression and actions, one could tell that he was a delinquent. I don't know this person. Mikikito only took one look at the photo of Shangguan Ao when he was young, and she was sure that she had never seen him before, let alone have a grudge with him. Awesome novel, Shinwoo 799. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.